watching Business Day Television. You are watching Business Day Television. You are watching Business Day Television.
It is with great pride that we have convened this assembly of senior officials, decision makers, and experts within the financial market sector. This gathering also includes a number of prominent figures and delegates from leading global and regional financial institutions. Your participation greatly enhances the significance of this conference and reaffirms our shared commitment to advancement of financial market structure and the strengthening of their function as an engine for sustainable economic development in the region. Ladies and gentlemen, this year's forum will be held under the highly significant theme, Shaping the Future, Financial Markets Infrastructure as a Catalyst for Transformation Economies. This theme reflects our deepest awareness of the rapid transformation taking place in the global economy and the role played by the financial market infrastructures in enabling economies and adopt innovative and achieve inclusive growth.
I'm speaking on the subject, which was, I think, picked by Jalo, Africa and the Middle East repositioning in a rapidly evolving global economy. Historically, the Red Sea, the Indian Ocean have served as vital trade routes linking the Middle East and Africa and enhancing both cultural exchange and economic interdependence. Indeed, actually, if I recall as a young student, primary and secondary student, my notion and understanding of trade was not trade between Nigeria or Africa and the West, but actually trade between Nigeria and Africa and the Middle East. And the trade routes and the romance and the vibrancy and our understanding of how money was created, how wealth was built, was actually along the lines and the corridors of Africa and the Middle East. And so the case for cooperation is very compelling. We share the same challenges: security, food security, energy transition, infrastructure development. But however, together, I think we will be much more effective in addressing these challenges than on our own. And so by leveraging our complementary strengths and collaborating on the fact that we share challenges and therefore we have mutual interests, we can not only balance uni and bipolar influences, but also advocate for probably a more multipolar, more even, more balanced world. By pooling our resources and pooling our diplomatic efforts, I heard the Egyptian ambassador here, our regions can exert much more influence globally on decision making. And so 32 countries comprising 44 members and associates have united under the AMIDA banner, driven by a singular mission to enhance the safety, to enhance the efficiency, to enhance the performance of our capital markets. Well done. I want to demystify the subject of market infrastructure, the subject of what a CSD is for others. Who are others? The media, policymakers, market intermediaries, and so on. Because yours is a very technical function. And yes, it has fundamental important impact. But if you ask most people, why is a CSD important? Most people who actually have the power to do the things that will make a CSD relevant and important, either in our markets or they don't know. So today, your mission has never been more critical. Geopolitical realignments are reshaping global trade routes. Digital disruption is transforming the rules of settlement and custody, and capital is increasingly mobile and is seeking out the most robust and innovative platforms where it can work. So in this context, countries and businesses across Africa and the Middle East face both unprecedented challenges an extraordinary opportunity.
As a matter of fact, we finally made it, and we are here today in Lagos, and we met almost on the first day to our main objectives. We've seen lots of collaborations among the members, but let's not forget that we are Lagos in Nigeria. There are lots of potential interest. We've seen and learned from NGX, which is a stock exchange, national stock exchange, and also we learned from CSCS about the latest technologies, about the latest development have been made. So most of the members already entered into agreements, collaboration, exchange of knowledge, and today we think we will go back again to our countries and learn from this event, which is very important, and also the latest developments and achievements have been done in Nigeria, particularly on policymakers, regulations, marketplace, and as well as the clearinghouse, which is CSCS. Last but not least, we have also seen how the broker also interact in the market yesterday and today. We have also met few market participants. So yes, we'll go back and we learn a lot from what's happening in this area, particularly in Nigeria. So let's not forget that the more than 40 members among Africa and Middle East with a market, a huge number of market cap. So we've discussed internally on the cross-border transaction we have done among more than 10 members. We came up with a platform that is accessible by any members who enter to this. So today, let's say an investor in Nigeria who has a market setup with one of the local brokers, if they are interested in trading in any market across the African Middle East Association, they don't have to have a local access. So they can use the local broker to access any market, trade, settle, and that's it. So this was the main objective, and this was one of the dreams that we have ever thought of. And today it's up and running, and we are growing. As we started with 2 markets, today we are 10, so we are announcing as we go.
I think one of the biggest challenges is around user education. Investing places a lot of responsibility on the part of investor to know what they are doing. Whether you have financial advisors or not, you still at an individual level need to understand what you're doing. So I think there's a lot of work that we can do around education. I also think there's a lot we can do around providing more investment opportunities to people that need them. There's a lot of asset classes and instruments that exist in the world today, and there's often a mismatch, both in terms of accessibility and the education on how to use that to people that it can maybe benefit the most. Some of the work that we're doing in Bamboo is trying to bridge that gap. We invest a lot in education, providing tools, resources on demand, in person, trying to show people and teach them the fundamentals of investing responsibly, the fundamentals of making smart financial decisions for yourself, and also by providing our app that's essentially free and easy to use, trying to create as many asset classes as possible for people across markets. So today we are in Ghana, South Africa, Kenya, and Nigeria, giving opportunities to, about 1 million people on the platform today.
Many challenges, but if I would identify a few, we talk about old equipment, sometimes dated 15 to 20 years old. Okay, we also have the problem of AI adoption. A lot of financial institutions struggle to adopt AI, and usually it's the result of poor API and data quality. We also have the issues of costly regulatory complexities, and this is usually makes the struggle for cross-border settlement to happen. And he also struggles innovation. So these are the few that we can identify in terms of challenges faced by the financial institution in Africa.
The capital market has been an engine for economic growth and prosperity for a lot of countries because it provides you a platform to crowdfund, to raise capital at a level that is unmatched. Because if you think about it, if you're trying to raise 1 billion naira and you're having to go to individuals to fundraise, that's a lot more tedious work than if you go to a platform and be able to raise money from people who have not even met you before, but they are putting money based on what. And the government is doing a lot in that regard. Mr. President, one of the Mr. President's key interventions in this that is crucial to this space is the laying of 96,000 of broadband infrastructure across the country. What that means is that you can be in the middle of anywhere in Nigeria and be able to access internet because a company now can now ride on the trunk infrastructure that have been invested in building a mast or extending the network to far off places so people can now connect no matter where they are. I mean, look at what mobile phone did initially in bringing people who were in the hinterland and the villages and being able to connect them.
Please allow me welcome you to the Business Day Talent Management Conference for 2025. This conference is important because Nigeria is home to one of the world's youngest populations, hardworking, talented, with lots of potential that holds promise for national growth. But what we see these days is we have companies talking more about KPIs and less about people being inspired to work, and we need to have these conversations. Research shows that 74% of employees come to work feeling disengaged. No one wants to come to work feeling like it's a Monday. I'm sure I'm right about that. You don't want to come to work feeling like everything is all serious every day. And that's why today we've gathered CEOs, we've gathered HR professionals, we've gathered policymakers and wellness advocates like yourself, all under this roof to discuss the billion-dollar question of how we can turn well-being into a winning strategy. Today, we are completely flipping the script with bold ideas on wellness, engagement, and leadership that actually works. And that's why you all here really matter to us. So whether you're a CEO, you're an HR professional, or you're just here for the coffee and the big ideas, you are in the right room. My name is Elizabeth Musa. I'm a broadcast journalist. I'm a professional compere, and today, importantly, I'm going to be your MC. Before I leave, can I ask you a question? I believe everyone here is a HR professional, HR enthusiast, someone that just wants things to work. Can you ask the person closest to you, how are you really doing? The traffic, the situation, how are you doing? There's a lot going on right now. All right, thank you all for being here. Please put your hands together for yourselves. All right, before I leave, I'd like to please bring up on stage for the welcome address the publisher of Business Day, Mr. Frank Aigbogun, as he comes up for the welcome address. Please put your hands together. Thank you.
Thank you.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I have great pleasure to welcome you all this morning to our conference. I'm told that our special guest of honor, Professor Bayomi, will be joining us in less than 10 minutes. But we thought it would be good to get started so that when he comes, then he can just flow with us, as we do not desire to keep you here for longer than we actually should. So once again, let me say good morning and welcome you warmly to today's conference. There is indeed very many reasons, good reasons, why we should be gathered this morning, just talking or having a conversation around our team. As my colleague Elizabeth has said, quite often we are tempted in our organizations to be so focused on the bottom line, and then I mean the financial aspect of our bottom line, And that temptation can sometimes lead us to great difficulty. Our core interest this morning is just to look at the well-being of our people. Yes, they are talented. We seek talented people, but it's also important that we ensure that their well-being is also part of our focus. I know that there are a preponderance of HR experts in the room, and sometimes I am very appreciative of those who have a responsibility in managing the workforce of an organization. When everything is quiet, that is when we don't know, but that's when they are really doing the hard work. Once in a while, we see them helping to manage a crisis, but crises don't happen all the time. And so we don't want to think that it's only when there is a crisis that the HR people show up. They are indeed showing up when we are asleep at home. They don't sleep. When the calls come, they go to them fast. So it's very important. We are at a time in the economy where we all are quite hopeful of a turnaround. Just looking at how we are preparing to take good advantage of the recovery of the Nigerian economy. So it's a very well-timed conference and roundtable that we are having here this morning. So this talent management conference is a strategic gathering of CEOs, HR professionals, policymakers, and wellness advocates who are committed in different ways to building a resilient, productive people, having a primary focus on ensuring the well-being of our people. With 74% of Nigerian employees reportedly disengaged at work and productivity losses exceeding billions of dollars annually, the urgency to rethink talent management in our organizations has never been greater. This conference serves as a vital platform to explore how aligning employee well-being with organizational goals can unlock untapped profitability and, of course, long-term competitiveness. From practical wellness initiatives to engagement-driven leadership models, this event offers actionable insights to Nigerian businesses ready to future-proof their organization's workforce. We have invited a good number of experts who will be speaking to us here this morning. I have absolutely no doubt that for all of us who have found time to be here, that this will be a very productive session. Before I step away, I think it is important for me to acknowledge the sacrifice made by our speakers and panelists who have joined us this morning. I also would like to commend our partners and sponsors, Phillips Consulting Limited, Blue Bob, Great Place to Work, and of course, Bank of Industry, that have ensured that part of the cost for today's event is fully underwritten. Once again, on behalf of Business Day, let me extend my profound welcome to you and my appreciation for your presence here this morning. Good morning and welcome. Thank you.
Thank you very much to the publisher of Business Day, Mr. Frank Aibogun, for that welcome address. Without taking any more of our time, I'd like to also make welcome a seasoned executive for over 30 years. Is a seasoned executive for over 30 years. He has experience spanning leadership, strategy, and business development across multiple industries. He currently serves as the country manager for Great Place to Work in Nigeria, Kenya, and Cote d'Ivoire, where he drives growth through strategic sales, marketing, and culture building initiatives. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, please make welcome Mr. Otamere Elegon, is the country manager for Great Place to Work in Nigeria, Kenya, and Cote d'Ivoire.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's a pleasure to have you here today. I want to take special time to thank our partners, BusinessDay. We went out looking for a media partner, and happy to say we have found one in BusinessDay. And the beautiful thing about the fact is that BusinessDay is a great place to work. Our biggest challenge at the onset was to say, if they did a survey and they didn't become a great place to work, we're not certified as what would happen? But when they did the survey, resoundingly, they're a great place to work. And so it's easy to have those conversations with them. We are here today to talk about employee well-being. And in putting together this presentation, the question was, what would be the appropriate topic for this? And I talked about the fact that we needed to have, or talk about the science and art of employee well-being, insights from great workplaces. It made more sense because in this room we have people who are more science inclined, we have people who are more arts inclined, and so being able to find a bridge with this presentation will be great. We are a great place to work, the global authority on workplace culture, available around in about 170 plus countries globally. For us, the reason why companies are great workplaces is the level of trust that exists in these companies. And it's not far-fetched. We are all from families. Even with blood relationships, sibling rivalries can result in problems where the trust levels are not clear. And so if you imagine that if we have blood relationships and we have rivalries and strifes, imagine what it would look like if we are in an organization where we have people from different walks of life, from different ideologies coming together. The reason why they would keep and achieve those objectives was because they are living and building a great workplace in an environment of trust. Okay. So I have a couple of open quotes. One that says, the real voyage of discovery lies not in seeking new landscapes, but in having new eyes. Sorry? What's going on? Okay. Another one says, work is fundamentally about people and their well-being. It is essential for organizational success. So I will try with this session basically to talk about how data-driven insights and real-world examples can illustrate why companies need to cultivate a good workplace culture. Looking at meaningful work management, trust, employee support, and financial security. And so why does well-being matter? We are living in very interesting times. The world is evolving. We see a lot of emphasis around. Okay. Thank you. That's better for me. Thanks a lot. Yeah, okay. World is evolving. A lot of technology issues and shifts, and technology playing a very, very great impact. AI. I was at the FIT conference. I was asked to speak on regulations around data protection and all of that. And I was saying to the team or to the conference then that beyond regulations, beyond government regulations, there's a need for self-preservation. Companies must begin to define and desire and how best to ensure that even with AI, employees are protected, And so it's so important that even in this day and age, that there is an increasing rise of employee importance, employee importance globally. The idea that you are here to get the job done, you have been paid to get the job done, is off the windows. You don't have those conversations anymore to say to an employee, I paid you to do the work, just get the job done. Especially post-COVID, being able to have conversations around beyond transactions to relationships are critical to be able to get the job done. We also see the impacts around well-being and productivity, engagement and retention. We know without a shadow of doubt where employees feel a sense of being part of a system, employees feel that their opinions count, employees are able and better to achieve more in terms of productivity because they feel that they are part of the system and can give their best to achieve company's objectives in an environment of trust. And data shows and points to the fact that where well-being operations exist in high levels, that companies that have these policies and practices outperform their peers. Our analysis points to the fact that employees are 200% more likely to recommend your company if they believe it's a psychologically and emotionally healthy place to work. Our analysis also points to the fact that where you have a psychologically and emotionally healthy place to work, 75% of that organization is most likely to be more innovative than where a company is not psychologically and emotionally healthy place to work. And we know that innovation is key for what we do, for us to be relevant in this day and age, for us to be relevant and at cutting edge in the next 20 years, we need to be innovative. And so, for instance, our survey says, I can ask management any question or reasonable question and get a straight answer. Management is approachable. If management recognizes honest mistakes as part of doing business. You want employees who believe that management would recognize honest mistakes as part of doing business because it enables them to go above and beyond to achieve those objectives that are critical for your organization. We also see that there is a clear correlation between employee satisfaction and customer satisfaction. Employees are happy at work, they have great pride in what they do, they are able to impact and engage customers better. Customers are able to do more business with your organization. That invariably impacts on return on investments for your business. And this is a clear fact about the fact that great workplaces outperform the market that we see globally for companies that we work with. And so what is employee well-being? It's a holistic concept that includes physical, I guess that's financial, psychological, and social traits, ensuring employees feel happy, healthy, secure, and supported in their work and personal life. My apologies, that slide was a little bit cut off. And so for us, we see well-being around 6 key views, or the model looks at well-being that is interpersonal, mental, work environment, financial security, work-life balance, and fulfillment at work. So it is a science and an art, because we have data that points to the fact that where employees are happy at work, they are able to do better. Their best work is where they feel part of the organization and can contribute their quota. We're able to measure engagement levels with various surveys. Our Trust Index survey measures employee levels of engagement and satisfaction at work. For us, trust is around 5 dimensions. Is management credible? The senior leaders understand the business. They don't know what the future of the business looks like. The senior leaders embody the values that we preach. We say, for instance, that integrity is a core value, or it's part of the practices that we have. Do we see it lived in the lives of leaders? We measure respect. Post-COVID, respect has become one of the most important aspects around our measurements. Employees crying out to be recognized. Employees crying out to say that they deserve to be given a fair hearing at work. We measure fairness to say the employees feel a sense of fairness at work. Do they feel that their opinions count, that management provides them an enabling environment to be successful? We measure pride. Pride is so important. And for pride, we see pride across 3 levels. Personal pride, team pride, and organizational pride. And we say employees that have great pride are the ones that are best equipped to withstand competition in the market space. They're also the ones that are best equipped to meet customer needs in the market space. So science and arts, we are able to begin to define and say to us that beyond, there's a conversation around how impactful is strategy where without culture, without the right culture. And so being able to see how we can manage and marry, better is a better word, marry strategy and culture will do a great work for organizations. And so our research approach, which is based on the Great Place to Work model, I talked about that, sees well-being around 5 dimensions also too: mental and emotional support, sense of purpose, personal support, financial health, and meaningful connections. This basically speaks to our model I talked about earlier on, those 5 models. At Great Place to Work, we have what is called the 9 practice areas. The 9 practice areas that leaders must have understanding around. I might not be able to fully call all of them together, but for instance, welcoming, being able to developing employees, listening is one of those most challenging areas around our 9 practice areas, being able to listen to your colleagues, being able to thank them for what they do and achieve, one of those 9 practice areas, being able to celebrate them for who they are and just being at work, great place to work. And so for us, our trust dimensions have been helpful in connecting the dots around well-being. So in terms of respect and fairness, we're talking about mental and emotional support. Pride talks about the sense of purpose. Fairness and credibility, personal support. Fairness, financial health. Camaraderie, meaningful connections. And so we did an analysis around great workplaces in Nigeria to look at what mental and emotional support looks like. And we found out that at great workplaces, so we have our survey that is deployed to companies, employees. So for us, trust into 5 dimensions, 5 dimensions into 15 focus areas into 60 statements. So we've been able to put together some statements around mental and emotional health that speaks and supports what that entails. So for instance, our highest statements around emotional health is management genuinely seeks and responds to suggestions and ideas. We say that workers in this day and age are the most intelligent that have ever existed since the beginning of work, because these are people who constantly are reviewing, understanding, trying to understand, gain insights across the globe, local insights, gain insights across globally. So when they come to you with ideas, when they come to you with suggestions, you're better off as an organization to listen to those suggestions and ideas and provide adequate feedback. Our survey allows us to ask 2 questions. 1, management is competent at running this business. Another one says, management keeps me informed about what I need to do to get the job done. For some companies that are great workplaces, generally average score between even those 2 statements, you could see a gap of about 10%. Between employees say management is competent to management keeping me informed. For non-great workplaces, the gap could be as high as 30%. But we said to you this morning that competence is driven by effective execution, and execution cannot hold without effective communication. And so you cannot say that we are competent at what we do, but if you don't keep employees informed regularly about what they need to do to get the job done, then all your strategic intents will probably fall down through those holes. So we saw that with regards to mental and emotional support, people avoid politicking and backstabbing as ways to get things done. It's one of our biggest challenges in Nigeria and across Africa. Also, too, this is a psychologically and an emotionally healthy place to work. Those comments around you are paid to do the job, just get it done, are comments of the old, better ways exist in this day and age. Like we say, a good place to work. Employee work is it's a gift work. It's not a commodity that you begin to basically trade with it. It's being able to provide values around what employees do to the organization. Around sense of purpose, our highest statements were, I'm proud to tell people I work here. Great workplaces have great pride in saying that they work in these organizations. So kudos to the teams or different teams around great workplaces being able to create great sense of pride. When employees have great sense of pride in what they do, then they are able to better engage your customers and provide the needed support in terms of achieving more returns on those sales. When I look at what we accomplished, I feel a sense of pride, also one of those elements that we see. In terms of personal support,
You are watching Business Day Television.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this is worth commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a company.
You are watching Business Day Television.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. My name is Elizabeth Musa. Let's start your morning with the headlines. CBN launches non-resident BVN to boost diaspora inclusion. NGX begins week in red as investors lose 297 billion naira. Court to rule in Natasha Akpabio contempt case for June 27. Israeli airstrike on hospital kills 28 people in Gaza, civil defense says. Carlo Ancelotti bids Real Madrid farewell ahead of Brazil move. Well, let's begin the news in Nigeria, where the Central Bank of Nigeria, in partnership with the Nigeria Interbank Settlement System, has officially launched the non-resident bank verification number. The Apex Bank revealed that the move is to strengthen financial ties between Nigeria and its diaspora. This initiative is designed to simplify banking access for Nigerians abroad, enhance investment opportunities, and stimulate remittance flows into the country. Speaking at the ceremonial launch in Abuja on Tuesday, Mohammed Sani Abdullahi, CBN's Deputy Governor for Economic Policy, hailed the NRBVN as a transformative step in bridging the gap between Nigeria's global citizens and the domestic financial system. Moving on, the Nigerian exchange has opened the trading week on a negative note, with investors losing 297 billion naira in market value at the close of the trading on Monday, May 12th. The all-share index fell by 265.4 points, representing a decline of 0.2% to close at 108.467 points, while market capitalization also dipped by 0.4% to settle at 68.1 trillion naira. Despite the loss, market activity remained robust with a total of 414.5 million shares exchanged in 16,664 deals, corresponding to a market turnover of 10.7 billion naira. A total of 127 listed equities participate in trading, with 39 gainers and 28 losers recorded at the close of the session. While still on, a federal high court in Abuja has scheduled judgment for June 27 in the suit filed by the suspended Senator Natasha Akpoti-Uduaghan, challenging her suspension from the Senate for 6 months. Justice Binta Yanko fixed the date yesterday, May 13th, after parties in the suit made their final submissions and adopted their written addresses. The judge revealed that she would first decide the contempt claims by Senate President Godswill Akpabio and Natasha, giving her opinions on the various preliminary objections raised by the respondent, and determined the substantive suit if necessary. Natasha, in the fundamental right enforcement suit, claimed that she was not given fair hearing before she was suspended by the Senate. Now, to end the local news, no fewer than 5 soldiers were killed and 6 others severely injured as Islamic State of West African province ISWAP terrorists continue their onslaught, attacking another military formation in Kala-Balje local government areas of Borno State on Tuesday. Reports reveal that the attackers used a drone to launch an attack on the 3 Battalion, a military formation in Ran, the headquarters of Kala-Balge local government area in Borno State, at midnight. Residents, however, applauded the military for their gallantry, noting the terrorists looted the military outpost with a heavy-duty weapon of mass destruction, causing the troops to tactical maneuver. And on the foreign scene, an Israeli airstrike has killed 28 people and injured dozens at the European hospital in Khan Yunis. According to a civil defense spokesperson, the Israeli warplanes dropped 6 bombs simultaneously on the Gaza hospital, hitting both its inner courtyard and surrounding area. The Israeli military revealed that it had conducted a precise strike on Hamas terrorists in a command and control center, claiming it was beneath the hospital. Well, according to reports, a journalist working for the BBC in Gaza was also injured in the airstrike, but now in a stable condition after medical attention. Also, Zambia's foreign minister has warned diplomats against interfering in the country's affairs days after the United States ambassador raised concerns about the systematic theft of drugs donated to the southern African state. Mulambo Hembe says there was an increasing tendency by envoys to ignore diplomatic channels, undermining the spirit of mutual respect. The minister's comments were seen being directed to the United States ambassador to Lusaka, Michael Gonzalez, who called a press conference to announce that the United States was cutting $50 million of health aid to Zambia because of the theft of life-saving medications that the United States had provided for patients. And now to sports, Real Madrid manager Carlo Ancelotti has revealed that he has no problem with the club as it prepares to leave at the end of the season to Brazil national team. The 65-year-old Italian will officially assume his new role with Brazil on May 26, a day after Real Madrid's final La Liga game of the season. While Real Madrid has not formally announced his departure or named a successor, Xabi Alonso remains the frontrunner after confirming he will leave Bayer Leverkusen this summer. To end the news, Cristiano Ronaldo's eldest son, Cristiano Ronaldo Jr., has made his debut for Portugal under 15 on Tuesday in a 4-1 win against Japan. With Portugal leading 3-0, Ronaldo Jr., who plays as a forward for Al Nassr's academy, came in on the 54th minute of the encounter. Ronaldo Jr.'s debut game on Tuesday was the first of 4 that Portugal's under-14 squad will play in Croatia as part of the Vlatko Markovic International Tournament. Well, that does it this morning on the BDTV Breakfast News. My name is Elizabeth Musa. Up next is a newspaper review. Do stay with us.
a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, BusinessDay is your guide.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Ogunjobi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol. We get very Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased. Nothing like service again. No. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space.
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs
Hello, this is Bode Oshosami on Global Business Insights on BDTV, where we bring ideas and discussions on the business headlines.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Hello, this is Bode Oshosami on Global Business Insights on BDTV, where we bring ideas and discussions on the business headlines.
We have on the front pages this morning. My name is Elizabeth Musa, and joining me virtually today is Damian Ajayi, our analyst, public affairs analyst, who will be reviewing the newspapers with me this morning. Good morning and welcome to the show, Damian.
Good morning, madam.
Very good to see you today.
Yeah, it's been a while.
It's actually been a while. It's good to have you again.
Good to have you too.
Right, let's start off with what we have on the front page of the Business Day newspaper this morning. The front page of the Business Day newspaper today says, 8 months after, subsidy gains favor. Subsidy gains favor governors over citizens, and 34 states record 1.6 trillion naira surplus in 2024. And this is from the World Bank. Another big story on the Business Day paper this morning says, Cardoso signals interest rates may slow on likely inflation drop. Let me start with the 8th month after subsidy gaining favoring governors over citizens. What are your thoughts on this story?
If you look at, the World Bank made a report, I think, last week, and they gave an overlook of the economy and our petroleum subsidy in particular, has helped, in tightening, fiscal measures. But then also, why we take that, we should also look at the things they said that we're not doing right in terms of, our fiscal discipline, transparency, and efficiency in government processes. So it's important why we look at, subsidies, benefits, and all that. We should also look at how we can bring this down to the normal, ordinary Nigerians in terms of inflation, in terms of prices of goods and services, and in terms of infrastructural development. And I think while we look at the big, picture of this, we should also be able to break it down to simple things like prices of goods and services, more affordable transport, and other efficient and transparent systems.
So, this story says the broken promise of subsidy removal. Do you see this as a broken promise indeed?
Yeah, well, the government would not agree. The whole idea is that it will trickle down, in years to come. But then I don't think that people, Nigerians, with the economic situation, agree with that. They don't see the light at the end of the tunnel. Though the government says there's a light at the end of the tunnel, but it doesn't look like it for them. Of course, with the economic situation, the price of goods and services going on, I don't think it's looking well. Yes, the government said it will invest in CNG, but I don't think that substantially has cushioned the effects.
And this other story here says Cardoso signals interest rates may slow on likely inflation drop. I'm pretty sure you would have been following up with, talking about the interest rates and all of that. Now, CBN Governor Olayemi Cardoso is signaling that interest rates may slow on likely inflation drop. What are your thoughts on this story?
Well, like the World Bank also addressed the issue of inflation, that even though some indices are good on paper, the inflation seems to be high, and and that is of concern. Some analysts have said it's cost-pulled inflation and all that. But then I think that it's when we see it happen that we would, we will say it's happening. For now, inflation is high, interest rate is high, and I think it's not good for businesses because I don't know, but I think that it's not good for businesses. And presently, inflation is about above 22, and I don't know how they want to achieve 15% or 14% this year, but I think that it's really not looking like it.
And it's quite interesting, right, that the CBN Governor Olayemi Cardoso is actually fanning hopes. According to story, he said though he noted that inflation still remains elevated, but it's less sticky than before. So it's fanning hopes that the macroeconomic stability may, in the near term, put the authorities in the right position to ease monetary controls after hiking borrowing rates throughout last year. So that's what he's, telling the public right now.
Yeah, well, that's it's. I mean, he's a CBN governor. He's supposed to manage information and give us, but then it's not looking like it.
Absolutely.
Whatever he's saying, it's not looking like it.
And then the final story on the front page of the Business Day newspaper goes on the back page. It says how unrealistic budgeting fuels corruption and abuse. What do you make of this?
Again and again, I will refer to the World Bank's economic outlook, and there was a phrase used that the 2025 budget is ambitious. On the grounds that the assumptions are faulty. If the assumptions include 2 billion barrels per day, and Nigeria is currently producing about 1.6. If the assumption is $70 to $75 per barrel, dollar per barrel, and crude oil price is below 70. Then the assumptions are wrong, and if the assumptions are wrong, then there's going to be a problem with implementation, because of course the budget looks at projected revenues, and I was happy that the Minister of Finance was there, who is also the coordinating minister, the Minister of Budgets, and planning to, was there, and I think it goes back to a lot of things that were said there in terms of reduction in government spending, efficiency, transparency, enhancing, the physical discipline. And I think that beyond making more money or having more revenue, we should look at more ways government can reduce spending, more ways they can be more transparent, they can be more efficient, they can be more so that I think to a large extent that will help manage the problem we are in right now.
And it actually brings me to when I recall the solar power budget for the Aso Rock. What were your thoughts on that one?
Well, I don't know how, like I always say, it's about leadership. And leadership is about vision. Yeah, there are problems. You are not going to become a governor, a president, and you think that you just go and commission this and commission that. Because you're going to have problems of resources, or limited means, limited resources. You're going to have problems making decisions. So you need a leader with a vision. Because when you have leaders with vision, they are able to create solutions in their situations. And I think solar solar in Aso Rock is just a flip in the pan. How does that affect the economic output of the nation? Is Aso Rock a manufacturing plant or a production plant? I mean, you are looking at the things you would do that would significantly improve, and increase, economic opportunities. So you compare the money you put in it and the economic progress. So it must go hand in hand, because you have to make the best decision with public money. Because the money is not there. We are borrowing, we are looking for the money, we are paying each taxes on the money, and then you use it for solar. And well, I hope they know what they are doing, and at the end of the day, they can be able to justify it.
Well, we can only hope that they're able to justify it. But let's look at what we have on the front page of the Punch newspaper this morning. The front page of the Punch newspaper this morning, the biggest story there says, mass failure, says JAMB VCs to review UTME results on Thursday, which is tomorrow. Rectors, provosts, principals, PALs, examiners to meet JAMB chiefs. Candidates decry results discrepancies, and this continues on page 2 of the Punch newspaper. Now, on the top left-hand side of the Punch paper this morning, it says political firefight. Saraki panel mobilizes PDP big wigs against defections. Continues on page 2. Fuel import ban fears reignites Dangote marketers' role. Page 37 again, Olayemi Cardoso, 9 banks earn 2.3 trillion naira interest on 61.6 trillion naira loans. Now, on the bottom side of the Punch newspaper says Tinubu, Akpabio, and governors pay Clark his final respect. On page 35, cash transfer missed millions of needy Nigerians. This is from the World Bank. And on page 34, Obasa APC protesters clash over local government primary election outcome. Now on page 36, US shares Wigwe's helicopter crash report with the federal government. That was one very tragic one that happened then. But let's start off with the JAMB story. I'm sure yourself, just like me, would have been very intrigued by what we saw, the mass failure of people who wrote JAMB, which is the Joint Admission Matriculation Board Examinations, the UTME. It was appalling, the grades that we saw, the mass failure, and obviously that's why the JAMB
people. And I think, Premium Times of these complaints and allegations. And don't forget, just last 2 years, we were talking about Ejikeme in Soma Ejikeme, that that we're talking about falsification of JAM results, having 2 results, one these things tell us one thing: there needs to be an overhauling of the system. If we want to achieve a more efficient, a more established JAM, where we can trust, where we can believe in, then we should overhaul the system. I don't think it's too bad.
And
To overhaul the system. I mean, you have SATs. People sit for SATs in America, over 2 million people per annum. Yes, there will always be discrepancies one way or the other. But when you have people go on the streets and protest, or you have that constant complaint over the years, then I think there's a lot to be done.
And speaking of all in itself, some people are of the opinion that JAM should essentially be scrapped. Some people think that maybe the educational system is also the one that is poor. So there are different sides to it. There are different takes. There are different school of thought. The people who are putting the blames on the educational sector, the universities, the lecturers, and all of that. The people who are putting the blame on JAM itself, saying that, JAM has to be scrapped. And then there are the people who are maybe putting some blame on students themselves. Maybe they've not studied well or whatnot. Where do you stand?
Well, it's always wrong to have a monocausal approach to a problem. I think because it's a system. There are a lot of collaborators in the system. So JAM has its problem and its blame. The Ministry of Education also, the students, the state of our educational system. You would agree with me that even more than 60% of these people who sit for JAM, have a way of outsourcing or manipulating, or so. I mean, government must pay attention to education. We can't go into the 21st century. We can't go into a $1 trillion economy. We can't go into an industrialized country with this level of education. We cannot. I mean, if you look at developed societies in the world, they don't play with their educational system. Our educational system is poor, it's bad, and I don't think it's what it can take us. It can, because what we are saying is global competition. I don't think it can take us on that global stage substantially. So, of course, JAM, the coordinator of the exam, the organizers of the exams, of course, should put their house in order so that, of course, people can rely, people can trust, people can, to a large extent know that, okay, if they sit for the exam, they will get what they wrote. And of course, the government should put more money in education, because it's important, because your tertiary education is where most of your leaders are built.
And what are your speculations for what the outcomes from this meeting could be tomorrow?
Well, JAM has taken a step. From what I've heard, they've called in stakeholders, they've called in proprietors of schools, they've called in VCs of universities, they've called in computer experts to overhaul, to look at the results, to see what the challenges were, whether it's true that there was a system fault or manipulation or misapplication. And I think that is the right thing to do. But I would have thought that they would have done that, before this thing, before making a public statement of it. Because when you have an exam of this nature, it's important, to do, an audit of yourself. I would have thought that the audit will have been independent anyway, but then better than nothing. They've taken steps to look at it, to audit the system, the processes for registration, for exam, and for results. So it's a process. So they've called in the stakeholders. They are looking at it, and I think at the end of the day, we'll see what the findings are, and we'll see the grounds upon which the findings were made.
All right. Let's move to politics now. We've talked education. There's another story on the front page of The Punch, which I think we should take a quick look at. So it's talking about the political firefight. Saraki panel mobilizes PDP bigwigs against defections. Again, you've seen some of the defections that have occurred in these parties, PDP to APC, over the past few weeks, maybe even months. What do you make of some of these things? How do you assess these defections?
Well, it's multidimensional. It's political, it's personal, it's ideological, and it's, of course, for political survival. For me, I think that politicians will play politics. But then it's sad because what is sad for me is that where politicians have been elected on a platform, it is sad. It is worrisome that they leave that platform and they go to another party without consequence. And yes, the Supreme Court, one way or the other, as laid it bare, but I think the court should be firmer or more firm in regards to this. And I think that, look, if you have been elected, because it's your name is not on the ballot paper, it's the party that is on the ballot paper. And I think if you have been elected on the platform of a party, and if you want to leave, if you want to decamp, you should just leave the position or the post that you've been given. Well, I think that we must address that. We must really, really address that, quite frankly, so that we can move on from this. It's not starting from today. It started way back from 1999, where you have people like Senator Koro, Obani Koro, moved from AD to PDP. I mean, when they were talking about the three senators from Kebbi, it's quite interesting because if you look at Senator Aliero, former governor of Kebbi, he moved from APP, which later became APP, to PDP, to CPC, to APC, back to PDP, now back to APC. So, I mean, come on. It's interesting.
But then sometimes,
even when the law...
Mr. Damian, sometimes people would say that this also shows the fact that, Nigerian politicians perhaps don't have an ideology. You did mention at the start that, it's political, it's personal, it's ideological. But can you, throw more light on this ideological part of things? Is there really an ideology?
Yeah, what do you call? I mean, yeah, an ideology. But what will you do with an ideology if it does not guarantee your survival? Do they have the principles? Do they have the temerity to stand for what they believe in? So these are the things we're talking about. Yes, ideology. I mean,
do they even have an ideology? That's even my question.
What?
My question is, even if these politicians truly have an ideology.
Yes, I mean, so without disrespect, some really do have ideologies, and I've seen some people who decamp. I mean, who stay on a thing and said, "Look, this is what I believe in." I understand, but there are few. But a lot of people, it's about their survival, and you wouldn't blame them if you look at it, because the other argument, the flip side argument, is that look, the center takes it all. They don't trust INEC, they don't trust police, they don't trust the courts. So, I mean, their survival is in the hands of, the commander-in-chief or the central. The central takes it all. So now it goes back to building institutions and systems. It's not easy in America because, the courts will take a stand. It's not easy in other kind because, you have an independent electoral commission. You have an independent judiciary. You have an independent police system. So you know that even if you go on an ideological journey, the institutions are there to protect you. But now, as you say it in Nigeria, what would they say? What would they do? You have to survive. So it makes standing for ideological principles hard, because we have the institutions. Every one of them is being cornered, by the center. And we were in this country when some big politicians said that come to a particular party and your sins will be forgiven. That is preposterous. And we see it. We see people who have cases in the FCC move to other parties, and we don't even know where the cases are. And we're talking about people who have stolen our common patrimony. So, what do you say of these things? So it would be unfair to look at ideological on one hand without looking at their political survival on the other hand. And I empathize with them to some extent, because it's hard to stand for the truth. It's hard to stand for principles in Nigeria, because, they just come for you. They just come for you in a way that it would destroy you. So, sometimes you just have to just understand why people do the things they do. Where are the institutions to protect them? Where are they?
Okay. When we speak of these institutions, when we speak of these ideologies and just the dynamic of how things go, there's this other story still on the front page of the Punch paper. Obasa ABC protesters clash over local government primary outcomes. What are your comments on this one?
Well, it's APC internal affairs. I think they have mechanisms to resolve their internal affairs. And I think that not just only Agege, of course, it's normal when you have primaries like this. You have skirmishes of grievances, of complaints here and there. It's just normal. But I think that their primaries substantially, went well, because if you look at the fact that they did all the local government chairman primaries in one day, one venue. And they did their councillorship too in their various wards. And of course, no record of people dying, people killed. And even where you have, places where you think that, tensions are high, like Lagos Island, the Dumota area, and they did it relatively peacefully. And I think that so also it's about power within them. Of course, within the party they have groups, they have caucuses. It's the contention of power, and it's normal in every society. But it's the ability to do it in a civil way, in a way that is that is decorum, so that it doesn't. But when it gets to the point that people start killing themselves, that destroying the structures, then I think they'll be taking it too far. And I think for Agege, I think that of course, they have their structure, they have the APC itself has a structure, it has its internal mechanisms. They will look at complaints and they would, of course, resolve it one way or the other. And I think that's the beauty of democracy.
Thank you for just sharing your thoughts on that that story and then the front page of the Punch paper. But let's look very quickly at what we have on the front page of the Vanguard newspaper this morning. There's a special report here. It says how lives get wasted daily on Nigeria's highways of horror. They've been called highways of horror. And this continues on page 14, 15, and 41. Horrible federal roads in Cross River. Over 150 people burned to death. 100 vehicles wrecked in rivers. North highways of frequent disasters and death. Lamentations in southwest. Federal roads to frequent auto crashes in the southeast. And federal government is doing its best to fix road infrastructure. That's according to Umahi. That's the writer for this story. But then again, continuing on what we have on the front page of the Vanguard paper this morning, it says Nigeria's FX inflow under threat as the United States mulls 5% tax on diaspora remittances. This continues on page 5 of the Vanguard newspaper. And then Tony Yam says on page 34, it says Nigeria's leaders undermining national security. Then again on page 6 and 9, over 100 military personnel, 200 civilians killed in 5 months. And this is according to reports. Conference hall, experts brainstorm on government's performance at midterm today. And that continues on page 5. Now, there's a story that was also on the Punch paper which talked about federal government voiding June 12 to avoid paying Abiola 45 billion naira. This is from Lamido. Now, on page 40 of the Vanguard also, they carried this story. They said, Lamido to Tinubu, pay Abiola's family 45 billion naira federal government owes him. That's from Lamido to Tinubu. Now, we talk about the Lagos local government polls. Protest rocks Agege over alleged imposition of candidate. Or pending crisis, PDP in ICU may die. Ex-Benue Governor Suswam has this to say. Then the reps also reject bills on rotational presidency and INEC's power to register political parties. Now, I'm just going to make this free for you. Which of these stories do you want to react to? Is it the one about the horrors on the highways, or Lamido to Tinubu saying you should pay Abiola's family their 45 billion naira that the federal government owes them? Or do you want to react to the reps rejecting bills on rotational presidency? It's over to you.
Yeah, I think for me, any issue that involves the debts, the security of Nigerians is important to me. I mean, you brought, there are news here about highway debts on the highway and soldiers killed. There's a report by that. I think Nesta SDP policy, security weekly policy. I think those news. So I would take the highway first. You see, it's sad, honestly. And from that report, it shows that over 180 people died, on the highway in 2003, and about 170 in 2004. And between December to January, between December to February, about almost 10 people, died on the highway. And I think it's sad. One death is too much to bear. And I think that we must look at these things holistically, because like I always say, government does not have all the money. But a leader that has vision would look for a way out. And that way out is for the benefit of all Nigerians. And that's what I've said. Look, if we look at, let's look at developed societies, for example. I mean, if you look at America, you have the Chicago Skyways, you have the Virginia Express, you have the Indiana toll gates, you even have the San Juan Airport, privatized airports. So you see that the discourse, the idea in the 21st century is opening up private capital. How do you bring in private partnership, into these things? Because you can't use taxpayers' money or borrow money to fix the highway. For you to fix all the highways in Nigeria, government will need over 100 trillion. Honestly, there's a huge infrastructural deficit. But where do you want to get the money? Because you have other priorities: health, education, welfare, salaries. You have things to do. So what they do, if you look at the Indiana toll gate, is about 156 miles, and I think that's over 256 kilometers. Lagos-Ibadan Expressway is just about is about 150 something. It's not even up to 150 kilometers. So you see, it's privatized. Okay, let's go back to Lekki Tollgate, for instance. Unfortunately, people don't want to talk about it. When it was told, look at the state of the road, look at it now, and compare. So you see, that is the way to go. And if you look at other developed countries, you talk about the insurance company, the insurance sector, they play a huge role in infrastructural development. So government is the policy regulator. So government ensures, an effective insurance law. An insurance company is in their interest to ensure that, people, there are less accidents so that people don't claim their, they don't claim their premiums. They don't claim their, they don't come for their claims. So you say it's give and take, and we can't shy away from consensually, from private partnership, from opening up institutional capital. We can't shy away from it. Whatever argument you make for it, we can manage it. We can modify it to fit our own this thing, but we can't shy away from it. Secondly, quickly, so because of time, I'll go to the report, the next SDP policy weekly report titled Rethinking Nigeria's Strategy, Counter Insurgency Strategy. It's sad because they talked about the number of attacks, the number of people that died between 2004 to 2005, and they said January 2025 recorded the highest. If you look at it with Tuesday attack in which you reported in Kalebaje and Mafate in Borno, and other previous attacks in in Chibok. It's sad. It's sad to read in the news that insurgents are using more sophisticated weapons. This thing is sad to hear, and the loss of our gallant soldiers is even more sad. It's even sad, But then, what's my take again? My take again, and efficiency. Where there is corruption, nothing can work. The best ideas in the world can work where you have substantial corruption. And you look back, what about those people that have been alleged or accused of stealing government, of stealing military funds for arms, for military deployment and all those things? Where are they?
Thank you, Mr.
They're roaming
Damian.
freely. Some are even contesting for Senate and governors. So it's what do you say? So you see that even reports, you have reports, there were people held for Boko Haram insurgency released to us by the US, Dubai. Where are they? Were they prosecuted? So even the courts are not helping. Because you must look at the Supreme Court case of Jafaru, Brigadier General Jafaru, where the court said, no, you cannot, the court cannot prosecute him. That is court-martial that has to prosecute him first. And we are talking about stealing people's money. We are using technicality to defeat justice. That cannot be the way to go.
Certainly cannot be the way to go. Thank you so much, Damian.
But then we are talking about crime. No.
Thank you.
It's okay. We hope we talk this another day.
I see how passionate.
Thank you for having me.
I see how passionate you are, and I'm
clearly
passionate about
talk about
this.
I wish I could talk about it. Because every arms of government must work together to reclaim Nigeria, and we cannot just be too technical. And I think it would be unfair to a lot of Nigerians.
We certainly should have you again on this conversation, but we have to leave it here today. Thank you so much, Damian, for joining us this morning on the BDTV paper review. It was truly delightful and insightful speaking to you. And that's where we wrap up today on the BDTV newspaper review segment. My name is Elizabeth Musa. Up next is the big story. Stay with us.
It is with great pride that we have convened this assembly of senior officials, decision makers, and experts within the financial market sector. This gathering also includes a number of prominent figures and delegates from leading global and regional financial institutions. Your participation greatly enhances the significance of this conference and reaffirms our shared commitment to advancement of financial market structure and the strengthening of their function as an engine for sustainable economic development in the region. Ladies and gentlemen, this year's forum will be held under the highly significant theme, Shaping the Future, Financial Markets Infrastructure as a Catalyst for Transformation Economies. This theme reflects our deepest awareness of the rapid transformation taking place in the global economy and the role played by the financial market infrastructures in enabling economies and adopt innovative and achieve inclusive growth.
I'm speaking on the subject, which was, I think, picked by Jalo, Africa and the Middle East repositioning in a rapidly evolving global economy. Historically, the Red Sea, the Indian Ocean have served as vital trade routes linking the Middle East and Africa and enhancing both cultural exchange and economic interdependence. Indeed, actually, if I recall as a young student, primary and secondary student, my notion and understanding of trade was not trade between Nigeria or Africa and the West, but actually trade between Nigeria and Africa and the Middle East. And the trade routes and the romance and the vibrancy and our understanding of how money was created, how wealth was built, was actually along the lines and the corridors of Africa and the Middle East. And so the case for cooperation is very compelling. We share the same challenges: security, food security, energy transition, infrastructure development. But however, together, I think we will be much more effective in addressing these challenges than on our own. And so by leveraging our complementary strengths and collaborating on the fact that we share challenges and therefore we have mutual interests, we can not only balance uni and bipolar influences, but also advocate for probably a more multipolar, more even, more balanced world. By pooling our resources and pooling our diplomatic efforts, I heard the Egyptian ambassador here, our regions can exert much more influence globally on decision making. And so 32 countries comprising 44 members and associates have united under the AMIDA banner, driven by a singular mission to enhance the safety, to enhance the efficiency, to enhance the performance of our capital markets. Well done. I want to demystify the subject of market infrastructure, the subject of what a CSD is for others. Who are others? The media, policymakers, market intermediaries, and so on. Because yours is a very technical function. And yes, it has fundamental important impact. But if you ask most people, why is a CSD important? Most people who actually have the power to do the things that will make a CSD relevant and important, either in our markets or they don't know. So today, your mission has never been more critical. Geopolitical realignments are reshaping global trade routes. Digital disruption is transforming the rules of settlement and custody. And capital is increasingly mobile and is seeking out the most robust and innovative platforms where it can work. So in this context, countries and businesses across Africa and the Middle East face both unprecedented challenges and extraordinary opportunity.
As a matter of fact, we finally made it, and we are here today in Lagos, and we met almost on the first day to our main objectives. We've seen lots of collaborations among the members, but let's not forget that we are Lagos in Nigeria. There are lots of potential interests. We've seen and learned from NGX, which is a stock exchange, national stock exchange, and also we learned from CSCS about the latest technologies, about the latest development that have been made. So most of the members already entered into agreements, collaboration, exchange of knowledge, and today we think we will go back again to our countries and learn from this uh, uh, event, which is very important, and also the latest developments and achievements have been done in Nigeria, particularly on policymakers, regulations, marketplace, and as well as the clearinghouse, which is CSCS. Last but not least, we have also seen how the broker also interact in the market yesterday and today. We have also met few market participants. So yes, we'll go back and we learn a lot from what's happening in this area, particularly in Nigeria. So let's not forget that the more than 40 members among Africa and Middle East with a market, a huge number of market cap. So we've discussed internally on the cross-border transaction we have done among more than 10 members. We came up with a platform that is accessible by any members who enter to this. So today, let's say an investor in Nigeria who has a market setup with one of the local brokers, if they are interested in trading in any market across the African Middle East Association, they don't have to have a local access. So they can use the local broker to access any market, trade, settle, and that's it. So this was the main objective, and this was one of the dreams that we have ever thought of. And today it's up and running, and we are growing. As we started with 2 markets, today we are 10, so we are announcing as we go.
I think one of the biggest challenges is around user education. Investing places a lot of responsibility on the part of investor to know what they are doing. Whether you have financial advisors or not, you still at an individual level need to understand what you're doing. So I think there's a lot of work that we can do around education. I also think there's a lot we can do around providing more investment opportunities to people that need them. There's a lot of asset classes and instruments that exist in the world today, and there's often a mismatch both in terms of accessibility and the education on how to use that to people that it can maybe benefit the most. Some of the work that we're doing in Bamboo is trying to bridge that gap. We invest a lot in education, providing tools, resources on demand, in person, trying to show people and teach them the fundamentals of investing responsibly, the fundamentals of making smart financial decisions for yourself, and also by providing our app that's essentially free and easy to use, trying to create as many asset classes as possible for people across markets. So today we are in Ghana, South Africa, Kenya, and Nigeria, giving opportunities to, about 1 million people on the platform today.
Many challenges, but if I would identify a few, we talk about old equipment, sometimes dated 15 to 20 years old, okay? We also have the problem of AI adoption. A lot of financial institutions struggle to adopt AI, and usually it's the result of poor API and data quality. We also have the issues of, costly regulatory complexities, and this is usually makes the struggle for cross-border settlement to happen. And he also struggles innovation. So these are the few that we can identify in terms of challenges by the financial institution in Africa.
The capital market has been an engine for economic growth and prosperity for a lot of countries because it provides you a platform to crowdfund, to raise capital at a level that is unmatched. Because if you think about it, if you're trying to raise 1 billion naira and you're having to go to individuals to fundraise, that's a lot more tedious work than if you go to a platform and be able to raise money from people who have not even met you before, but they are putting money based on what. And the government is doing a lot in that regard. Mr. President, one of the Mr. President's key initiative interventions in this that is crucial to this space is the laying of 96,000 of broadband infrastructure across the country. What that means is that you can be in the middle of anywhere in Nigeria and be able to access internet because a company now can now ride on the trunk infrastructure that have been invested in building a mast or extending the network to far off places, so people can now connect no matter where they are. I mean, look at what mobile phone did initially in bringing people who were in the hinterland and the villages and being able to connect them.
The tech-heavy Nasdaq index rallied 4.4%, closing up more than 20% above its April 8 low, swinging from a bear to bull market. The Dow Jones also exited a technical correction yesterday, rallying 2.8%. S&P 500 also up 3.3%. The Magnificent Seven stocks were on track to add $821 billion in market cap in yesterday's risk-on rally, and it's all being attributed to a reset in U.S.-China trade relationship, with the U.S. temporarily rolling back tariffs on most Chinese imports to 30% while both countries negotiate some kind of trading agreement. This led to a rally in risk assets and selling in safer havens like gold and treasury bonds. Trump also told reporters that China tariffs wouldn't return to 145% even in the event that no deal is reached within the 90-day pause, though tariffs could still go substantially higher. U.S. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent says discussions will continue in coming weeks to pursue a broader trade agreement. So far, so good. Hello and welcome to Global Business Insights, where we look closer at headlines moving markets to equip viewers with perspectives on the business environment. Market analysts are advising caution as uncertainty has not quite dispersed fully, and separating noise from signal is still key to navigating today's environment. My advice is to keep an eye on the macroeconomic data and corporate releases, especially the outlook. On the U.S. data that we are getting this week, April U.S. inflation rate, the NFIB Business Optimism Index, retail sales data, and the API's weekly report on U.S. crude inventories could all be providing more useful signal. Especially today's inflation read, perhaps the most important pointer on potential inflationary impact of tariffs, which will guide Federal Open Market Committee's next move. The FOMC have said they expect a transitory rise in inflation. CPI is expected to remain at a 2.4% rate in April on a year-over-year basis. Excluding food and energy, so-called core inflation is expected to run at a 2.8% annual rate, also unchanged from the prior month. Brent crude oil has also been extending gains at the start of the trading week, helped by temporary easing in geopolitical tensions and improving macroeconomic sentiment. Apple is reported to be considering price hikes for its upcoming iPhone lineup, but also wants to avoid linking any increases to U.S. tariffs on imports from China, where most of its devices are assembled. Apple shares closed up 6.3%, tracking gains in the wider market after Washington and Beijing agreed to temporarily slash the reciprocal tariffs. South African mobile network operator MTN Group reported a 33% jump in first quarter core profit due to strong service revenue growth and lower device cost of sales in its domestic market and a more stable economic environment for its operations. Group service revenue rose 19.8% in constant currency terms, helped by 40.4% growth in MTN Nigeria, 39.5% growth in MTN Ghana. MTN South Africa continued to face challenges, especially in the prepaid segment, with service revenue growing just 2.6%. Koidu Limited, Sierra Leone's largest diamond producer, has halted operations and laid off nearly its entire local workforce of more than 1,000 employees. This came after a protracted dispute over pay and working conditions. Workers at the mine went on strike in December 2024 but suspended their walkout to allow negotiations. They then walked out again in early March. Chilean state-run copper miner Codelco said on Monday, that's yesterday, that it had reached an agreement with BHP for the multinational firm to explore the Anilo mining property. Codelco, in a statement, said BHP will spend up to $40 million to explore the area, and that could lead to a deal with Codelco to mine if there is a favorable business case. And in Egypt, the Suez Canal Authority Chief Osama Rabi said the authority is considering offering discounts ranging from 12% to 15% on transit fees to revive ailing traffic in the strategic waterway after attacks by Yemen's Houthis on Red Sea shipping. Rabi told privately owned Seda Al-Balad television channel in a phone interview that the discounts could be applied within days after it received ratification from the president. And in Nigeria, the World Bank said yesterday that the economy recorded its fastest growth in about a decade in 2024, driven by a strong fourth quarter and an improved fiscal position, but warned that persistently high inflation remains a challenge. He added that bold reforms implemented by President Bola Tinubu, including ending costly petrol subsidies, slashing electricity allowances, and twice devaluing the naira currency, have added to upward pressure on prices. The World Bank's lead economist for Nigeria, Alex Siena, said during a presentation in the capital Abuja that the economy grew by 4.6% year-on-year in Q4 2024 and sees Nigeria's economy up 3.6% this year. He added that foreign exchange reforms have created a market-reflective, unified and stable exchange rate, allowing the central bank to rebuild official reserves now exceeding $37 billion. Later this week, we should get Nigeria's April inflation read. Guinea has cancelled a bauxite mining concession granted to Kebo Energy SA over failure to deliver on promised investments. The cancellation was announced late on Friday and was confirmed by a senior Guinea mining official. Today's deep dive is on ethics and the issues surrounding acceptance of an expensive Boeing aircraft gift from Qatar. Trump has called the move a very public and transparent transaction, while Democratic U.S. Congresswoman Kelly Morrison described the gift on X as corruption in plain sight, saying that to accept the gift, the plane would be blatantly illegal, a national security risk, and a clear conflict of interest, adding that the Constitution forbids it. It may not be wrong to show appreciation for help and support that the world's largest economy and influential superpower has given to many nations, but there are ethical rules that guide acceptance of expensive gifts. Even if we rule out a bribe for a favor and there is open disclosure, and if the plane can be refitted and rechecked for all the necessary security guardrails, there are still other issues. Ethical governance suggests that a gift or hospitality should not be accepted by a government official because of the recipient's position or because of anything they may do or not do as a leader. In this case, there is no contract or favor that is obvious in the context. Gifts can be open, harmless, unsolicited, and innocent, but still unethical and illegal, especially when you delve deeper into reasons for which it was offered, and of course the laws surrounding gifts in the particular jurisdiction. Indeed, a leader is free to accept a benefit or gift if no reasonable person would see it as giving rise to a conflict, or if it does not set a negative precedent or conflict with law. In this case, there could be a conflict with the Constitution, and it does look like a bad example for other leaders. You could say there is an appearance of corruption. In the US, the Foreign Emoluments Clause of the United States Constitution prohibits receiving gifts from foreign states without the consent of the US Congress. Some scholars have debated the applicability where it cannot be proven to lead to foreign influence and corruption and hurting ability to ensure officials maintain undivided loyalty to the US government. According to US Attorney General Pam Bondi, there is a way to make it legally permissible and less contentious. The plane would be gifted from Qatar's Ministry of Defense to the United States Department of Defense and later transferred to the Donald Trump Presidential Library before 2029. The Qatari-owned 747 is just over a decade old and one of the most luxurious private planes in the world. My view is that gifting to Ministry of Defense merely disguises the fact that this was intended as a gift for President Trump's use, and he should at least obtain congressional consent before accepting. Or much better, Trump could personally or the US government should pay fair value for it if indeed there is need of an aircraft. In the UK, wages slowed less than expected while the unemployment rate inched up to 4.5% in the 3 months to March after reporting 4.4% in the quarter to February. The market forecast was for a 4.5% reading in the reported period. The de minimis exemption for items valued at up to $800 and sent from China via postal services were in the past able to enter the US duty-free and with minimal inspections, not anymore. But the United States would cut the low-value de minimis tariff on China shipments to 54% from 120% earlier announced, with a flat fee of $100 to remain starting from May 14. Also, China has removed a ban on airlines taking delivery of Boeing planes after the US and China agreed a temporary cut in steep tariffs. Officials in Beijing have started to tell domestic carriers and government agencies this week that deliveries of aircraft made in the US can resume. The group chief executive of the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited, Bayo Ojulari, hailed as a star leading the top team overhauling NNPCL, is now saying he's committed to finding oil in Nigeria's northern region. Reportedly, over $3 billion has already been spent on this adventure. The administration of the former President Muhammadu Buhari launched the crude oil drilling project on the border of Bauchi and Gombe states, and this was later suspended with little clarity why, and now we also do not have an explanation on why it is being revived. While it's not wrong for NNPCL to spread exploration budget to cover the country as evenly as possible, if that is the wish of the federal government, it will not be able to win in the very competitive upstream sector with that kind of hazy strategic focus. Millions of taxpayers' dollars also will be spent, with many contractors and industry, domestic and international players benefiting and no doubt delighted. All this as we hear there is an ongoing forensic audit. Many had thought the new NNPCL administration would be focused on getting NNPCL ready for its IPO. The noise now is that there could be other priorities, especially as the election season gets closer, a time when NNPCL can be useful for other purposes. Ojulari needs to give clearer signals on his vision and to convince Nigeria of the difference he brings to the very familiar narrative. Asia-Pacific markets traded mixed after Wall Street's massive rally on the back of a US-China trade deal. Investment banks are also raising their projections for China economic growth in 2025. UBS believes China's GDP growth in 2025 could climb to between 3.7% to 4%, up from a previous base case of 3.4%. Morgan Stanley has also made upside revisions to its near-term GDP China forecasts. Goldman Sachs cut its recession forecast for the US to 35% from 45%, the first major brokerage to do so after a temporary tariff truce with China. Well, that's it on this edition of Global Business Insights. Thanks for watching. This is Bode Oshosani. Bye-bye.
Today we are exploring the implications and impact of Nigeria First policy being introduced recently by the federal government. The federal government on Monday, May 5, announced a new policy known as Nigeria First, aimed at promoting local production and prioritizing domestic products in government procurement and contract. Mohammed Idris, the Minister of Information and National Orientation, said with this policy, Nigeria now comes first in all procurement processes, which entails that no foreign goods or devices that are already being produced locally will be procured without a clear and justifiable reason. Since this announcement of this policy, there have been reactions from key stakeholders within the economy, especially members of the organized private sector of Nigeria, who have welcomed the initiative, albeit cautiously. Well, to discuss the desirability and the expected implications of this new policy on the Nigerian economy, we're now being joined by Mr. Wale Smart Onyeride, is the Director General of Nigeria Employers Consultative Association, NECA. Of course, you're welcome to the show, Mr. Onyeride.
Thank you and good morning.
Good morning to you, sir. Let me start by asking you this morning, why does this policy why does it seem exciting to the organized private sector?
Thank you. You know, it's beyond the excitement that we feel as the organized private sector. I think the nation also, every critical stakeholder should be happy that there is a definitive pronouncement about this policy, because not because of itself, but because of the consequential effects, positive effects that we believe it will bring to us. It will surprise you that last year or 2 years ago, or in the last 24 months, the level of unsold stock that the manufacturers have to deal with was running to over $500 million, over $1 billion unsold stocks. And the reason why you have that is because our propensity to patronize foreign goods, whether they are superior or not, our propensity to buy foreign goods is very high. And invariably, we are all contributing to the demise, the strangulation of local manufacturing. And as a country, we really cannot grow once where our propensity for export, for imports, continue to increase. So for us, putting a cap on it, make the Nigeria First policy, we help the local manufacturing, the local industries to actually grow and thrive. The more they grow, the higher our propensity to create jobs, the higher our propensity for government to make revenue, the lesser pressure we'll have on forex, because in 2023 alone, over $49 billion was expended on imports. And if you can conserve that pressure on forex, it also have some level of consequential effect on the value of the naira. So all in all, we believe it's a positive direction that we have canvassed for a long time. Now, beyond the positive nature of it, government need to go beyond the first policy and actually make production at the manufacturing and services level competitive. Because the fact is, if we say Nigeria first, and the unit price of every goods or service coming from Nigeria is higher than what an average person will get from overseas, the pressure will also be there to try and conserve cost and buy from where it's cheaper. So it's not only about the Naira first policy. The government must also look at what are the impediments to production. And until we address that, then this policy will be just a policy on paper.
And let's talk about the fact that this is not the first time that we've seen a policy pronouncement that was actually welcomed by the organization of private sectors and other stakeholders in the economy, but it turned into a failure due to a lack of commitment to implementation by the government. What do you think will make this one different from the previous ones?
So itself will be the conscience of this policy. We will monitor it. The government has said ministries, department, agencies must not buy foreign products for substitutes. And for many of us in the private sector, we're already doing that. We've changed significantly from the 5 days suit and tie for most organizations. Organizations like ours have said, look, employees can wear, statutorily, you can wear local fabrics, Nigerian fabrics, 2 or 3 times a week, so that the local textile industry can also grow. So if government can give life and show leadership at the ministry level, people can buy locally made products. You can wear Ankara to the office. We can also, the Ministry of Education can encourage the schools, instead of their uniform for secondary, primary schools can be, even nursery schools can be Ankara based. It's just this nationalistic verb that we need to make this work. Beyond government itself, I think all of us must play our very important role in making this economy grow. Without that concerted effort, without that commitment that we want it to grow, it will really not grow. But government must enforce at the MD level. Government must enforce at the presidency level. The National Assembly must be seen to support this policy in the context of the procurement, even from the National Assembly. And then it trickles down once we all realize that, look, the government have shown leadership. But we must not take this for granted. Because if you don't deal with the real issues that is affecting manufacturing of goods and products, which are regulatory issues, which are infrastructural issues, the unit price of every product, and which are even power. The Minister for Power said recently that cost of power will still go up, and those are the issues that feed into production. And you cannot like the FCCPC will try to do some time ago, trying to go to businesses, go to supermarkets, contending with the cost price, the selling price of goods and services. If you don't deal with the input cost, then you can't really achieve much. And with the African Continental Free Trade Agreement, that is giving Africa some level of giving Africa itself some level of free entry and free exit. We will just also have to be careful, because products can come from within the African context, within the protocol of AFCFTA, within the protocol of ECOWAS. We can't really stop those products from coming. So the only thing we can do is to make the local production competitive in such a way that the price of a unit of a Nigerian product is less than the price of a unit of an imported product.
All right, Mr. Oyoride, I'm just going to bring in the Mr. Joshua Bassi, our editorial director here, to come into this conversation, and he has more questions for you. So over to you, Mr. Bassi.
Thank you, Elizabeth. Good morning, DG. You just talked about compliance, which is, like you said, if government does not do something to ensure that MDAs and agencies comply with this, then of course it will not really amount to anything. So I want to ask you, do you think there should be some compliance requirement and maybe penalties for MDAs who do not fall in line as far as this policy is concerned?
Of the president, I think there already a procedure for procurement that I think we have at the procurement, the Bureau of public procurement, if I get it right, has been mandated to monitor and also review the procurement standards for all the ministry, department, and agencies. But there should be a monitoring process, a monitoring organ to actually enforce these processes. For us in the private sector, there's no issues. We want Nigeria first. For our colleagues in organized labor, there is also, we believe there's no issues, because the more we patronize Nigeria, made in Nigeria, the more our capacity to create jobs, the more our capacity, our GDP will grow. So for us, there's no real issues. It's at that MDA level that government have to weigh in the big stick, that if you flout it, then there will be consequences, very big consequences.
All right, and how should private employers adjust their procurement and sourcing strategies to actually align with the Nigeria First policy mandate?
For an average business, what he doesn't want to do is to go to the market either through the official market or the parallel market, quote and unquote, to go and spend money on dollars. Well, you can get that product here. It's adds to the cost of production. So an average business owner will rather source for raw materials here, because it saves you from the pressure of sourcing for dollars. So it's when the input is practically unavailable that the average business owner will look for, okay, how do I source this input from outside? And because for every dollar that you buy, you are paying over 1,500. So it doesn't make business sense. So the average old business owner will rather source for inputs locally. And once those inputs are available locally, then it also reduces the pressure that we put on Forex for our own general sake. So for the private sector, it's no brainer for us that, look, we want Nigerians to patronize made in Nigerian products, but we need government, as I said earlier. It's a caveat, a very big caveat. If the cost of production is not less than the cost of importation, a rational buyer will just basically buy from rather buy the imported products. And because our borders is also seemingly porous, because of many unofficial border, official and unofficial border that smugglers are using to bring a lot of things in. If this is not done to equip or to protect the local manufacturing, we just realize we have created another opportunity for smugglers to bring in those goods that we don't want imported into this country, because the cost of production in those places is still cheaper than the cost of production within the Nigerian context. So beyond the policy pronouncement, we urge Mr. President, as he has done and will continue to do, to also take a look at what are the impediments to production. As I mentioned them earlier, regulatory issues, power issues, infrastructure issues, and those are the critical issues that can make production quite uncompetitive in this country.
All right, Mr. Bassi.
The population is growing. To be able to, produce, to take care of a population of over 230 to 250 million, estimated anywhere, is huge. And like you've mentioned, the issue of so I'm asking, if this policy actually go through, like we hope it will, the question is, do we have capacity locally to be able to meet demand? I mean, for a population as huge as ours in Nigeria.
Find a country that is self-sufficient in all ramifications. The principle of comparative advantage will still come into play. Those things that you realize you don't have comparative advantage of producing, then it makes economic sense for you to import those. But the ones you know you can produce, it doesn't make economic sense for you to import. So we cannot absolutely, in absolute terms, feed ourselves. That's the reality of it. Even if we can feed ourselves, there are certain elements within the course of that value chain of production that by nature, by nature, you are not endowed to produce. So those, you can create some leeways, you can create some exceptions. And I remember when I listened to the president, or I read the president's speech, there was a caveat that peradventure there is need for you to absolutely import. Then there is a process for approval of that import. I think those are caveats that have recognized the fact that you can't basically produce everything. You can't basically have everything, because no country, as I said, is self-sufficient. But those exceptions, those exceptions must be regulated so that the discretion to import is also regulated. And that is exactly what we are saying. Now, for our population, it ordinarily should be a blessing for any business owner, even for the country, that our population is large, we should be able to feed our population. But the risk is this, if we are not careful, this blessing of population might be exploited by other African countries, because the more they can produce, the cheaper they can produce, the more attractive cheap products will be for the average Nigerians. The average Nigerian whose disposable income is also progressively coming down. So at a point, a rational consumer will ask himself, do I go for quality or I should go for survival? And at that point, the cost of the goods, the unit of goods, will come into play. So we don't have option. We just have to create an environment where production is cheap and where the average unit cost of producing a unit of product is also competitive in such a way that is more economically convenient to buy the Nigerian option than to go for the foreign option.
Yes, and when you talk about making it competitive so that it's easier to patronize the local option than going for foreign option, then what is the private sector employers to develop the local talent? Because what we see is that people go outside for education and all of that too, and then all of this talent is then will I say based, they're exported abroad. So we and that's part of the brain drain we're talking about. So how can the private sector employers, what's their role in developing local talent to reduce dependence on foreign expertise? Because what we have is then when people now come back, then you have to pay them as expatriates and all of that, and that also is it affects it goes deep into your pocket. So how do we manage that?
The issue of talent is quite fundamental in the context of all this issue, and I really appreciate the fact that you raised it. First, let's put the searchlight where it should be first. There's a primary agency responsible for creating the environment where talents will thrive or where talent will be trained. And that is the educational system, the Ministry of Education. The fact is, what is the Ministry of Education doing with our primary and secondary school education? Because currently now, there's a conversation we had early this month that look, our curriculum, even in primary school, does it address the future needs of the business? When we are talking of AI now, we are talking of coding, we are talking of the relevant skills that will drive industrialization in the next few years. What exactly are we doing? What are we teaching our children in primary school? What are we teaching them in secondary school? The Nigerian University Commission, what is the curriculum of the university? What exactly are we teaching them? Are we preparing the university graduates for the realities of the workplace. Those are the real conversations. But for us in the private sector, and I'll share one thing we just did in NECA. In the last 1 year, we have opened 2 academies, ICT academies, one in Lagos, one in Abuja, because we realize that progressively automation, ICT will rule the workplace. We can't. It's not a matter of if. It's a matter of when. And we all can see the impact of AI globally now. Even the AI, the conversation about AI is becoming progressive, is becoming rigorous, and is becoming consistent. So we all need to focus on building the workforce for the future. So we opened an ICT Academy in Lagos, we opened an ICT Academy in Abuja, and currently we are running free introduction to AI course for Nigerian youths. Is running concurrently in Lagos and Abuja centers. It's free of charge, just to reinforce our own commitment to say, look, we are not just employers sitting down waiting for somebody, either the Ministry of Education or the Nigerian University Commission or whatever board or whatever agency to train our youth, to train the workforce that we want. We are also actively taking part in the development of these young ones, of this talent that we are talking about. And that cuts across all or most private sector organizations, because most of them have training centers, they have their own independent academies that is helping to train the workforce that they need. And that is what the private sector has been doing, and that is what we'll continue to do. Whether those individuals, after they have been trained, whether they will go out or not, is a different ball game, because there's mobility of labor. And labor will always find the place that we pay it most. So we can't really control whether labor will move or whether they will stay within the context of this environment. On the long run, it boils down to remuneration. If I can earn $1,000 per month in Europe, why will I stay in Nigeria and earn far less? It's part of the discretion that labor has to move wherever it wants to move within the context of migration framework. So we can't control that. The best we can do is to make our own country, make it attractive in such a way that when labor or talent is exploring its options, it finds staying in Nigeria much more attractive than moving out of Nigeria.
Right. And are there any sort of incentives or support that the government is offering to private sector employers who are aligning with this Nigeria First policy in their operations?
Well, the policy was just announced about a week ago, so we are open. There will be conversations. We'll also be sharing our own recommendation, our own views and recommendations on how this can work and how we can work very well. We'll be sharing with government to say these are our views concerning this policy. These are our views on how we think these things can work, and it can work very well. I believe strongly that government and the relevant agency.
All right, I think we have a little bit of a technical hitch there, but we're speaking with Mr. Wale Smart Oyeride. I think we have him now.
Okay. Yeah. Is it back?
Mr. Oyeride.
True.
Please go ahead, sir. You were making a point.
As I mentioned was that we will make our own policy recommendation to government, because we know sometimes our interest differs. Sometimes government agencies, ministries or departments might be focusing on revenue generation, which also creates which changes the dynamics of their engagement with the private sector. But we'll be sharing our recommendation, our policy recommendation, our alternative policy recommendations and perspective on how this can work and how we can work for the betterment of our country and the rapid industrialization of this country. We'll be sharing it with government, and we believe strongly that those that need to listen will listen.
Okay, DG. you know, this policy is so important that maybe we just need to deepen conversation around it as much as we can, and then touch as many areas as possible. What are key things that make people actually go for cheaper goods? You've mentioned it. If government doesn't do anything to actually bring down the unit cost of what it is that is produced in Nigeria compared to what is coming in, of course, people will always find an alternative to what is produced in Nigeria if it is higher in terms of price than what comes into the country. But I want to ask you a question, and what do you think government can do? Because one of the things that make people go for cheaper things is that there's the high level of poverty in the country. So what will you, I mean, the disposable income is so low, and so people will always go for what is cheap. And there's some of these cheaper things are what come into the country. And so what will you recommend to the government to do to at least reduce the level of poverty in the country, to enable actually Nigerian buy what is even produced locally, which would then also impact positively on businesses, to enable them also, you know, maybe take on more employees and then expand their capacity to produce more?
It's relative. Now, you can, you know, during the conversation of the national minimum wage committee, there was a serious conversation we had then about the need for macroeconomic stability. Now, if the macroeconomic stability is absent, if we had agreed that minimum wage will be 1 million per month, and we didn't address the issue of inflation, we refused to address the issue of cost of funds, interest rate, we refuse to address the issue of regulatory challenges that businesses are facing, or infrastructural challenges that businesses are facing, you realize that your 1 million will not be able to buy the goods that your 30,000 was buying a few years ago. So the critical issue first, to address the issue of, and that's why poverty is relative. You know, you can get to a season where your 30,000 is even worth more than your 1 million. Like the way we found in Zimbabwe a few years ago, where you can find 1 trillion naira Zimbabwean dollar, you know, as a paper, and it can't even buy you a loaf of bread. So you just need to address the fundamentals, you know, and where we are experiencing some level of stability now in the economy, I think a lot still have to be done to drag down the inflation rate, drag down the cost of production, drag down the unit cost of goods and services, and that we just have to do. But specifically, you know, I think government need to support businesses more beyond the grants that government is giving. You know, there are a lot of contradictions that government need to deal with. Now, you give an SME 20 million, and this SME found himself in band A, what the NERC call band A. Now, a substantial part of the 20 million has been chopped off, will be chopped up, paying electricity bills. And because he has to pay electricity bills, he will have to factor in that cost into the cost of production. Now, he will have to deal with regulatory issues. Of recent, we had issues, and really want to appreciate the Honorable Minister for Industry, Trade and Investment for intervention with the challenges we have, the Financial Reporting Council levy. We also want to appreciate the DG of PEBEC, want to appreciate the Presidential Committee on Fiscal and Tax Reforms, every stakeholder that joined us to show the negative impact of all these levies and fees everywhere. Now, you pay all these levies, all these illegal and legal fees and levies. Those fees and levies will have eaten deep into the 20 million that you probably collected as a grant or as a loan. It's a loan. You have interest rate of 15, 20, 30% that you have to pay. So we need to address those fundamental macroeconomic issues that are creating bottlenecks to organize business. And this we have shared with government. And once you address those macroeconomic issues, then you have increased the capacity of the organized private sector to employ more. So once somebody is employed, it's a different thing whether the salary is enough or not. But the fact that you are employed, you have been empowered to purchase. So if you don't address the macroeconomic issues, empower the private sector, then progressively you also be fueling the issue of poverty. So empower the private sector by the productivity in the private sector. The purchasing power of the average Nigerian and average household will continue to increase. The more they can purchase, the more businesses can produce. The more we make the environment conducive for businesses to source materials from the local market, local industry, the lesser pressure we put on the dollar, the lesser pressure you put on the dollar, the stronger the naira will become. The stronger the naira becomes, the more goods naira will be able to buy, and the more goods one naira is able to buy, the more the propensity of the business to produce more. So it's a chain reaction that if you don't deal with one path, you are frustrating or compromising the growth of the other path. So in simple economics, and for us, once production and consumption are going on progressively, concurrently, and they are feeding into themselves, then you'll have addressed the issue of poverty, you'll have addressed the issue of government revenue, you'll have addressed the issue of private sector growth, you'll have addressed the issue of job creation, and you have addressed many of issues, even bordering on issue on what do you call it now, insecurity. But the more the people are employed, the lesser idle hand you have, and the better for the economy as a whole. So our ability to create a nexus to connect these dots, that if you promote the private sector, then you are not only promoting the business. In fact, you are kickstarting the engine that will result in the rapid growth of the economy as a whole.
All right, thank you very much, DG. I think we have to leave it here today. You have truly, given us a very insightful contribution this morning, and I'm sure Mr. Bassi also agrees with that.
Yeah,
so
sure.
Thank you very much for your time this morning. I hope you enjoyed the rest of your day.
Thank you, DG.
Thank you. Thank you for having us.
Yes.
Well, this has been the big story on the BDTV Breakfast Show. My name is Elizabeth Musa. Keep watching BDTV. Hello and welcome to the social listening segment here on the BDTV Breakfast Show. This is where we get to analyze some of the top stories making the rounds across social media. My name is Elizabeth Musa, and with me virtually today is OBDK Okafor, our very own in-house analyst. Thank you for joining us, OBDK.
Thank you for having me as always.
It's really delightful to be speaking to you today. Let's begin today with the design theft saga. Now, Nigerian fashion designer Vicky James has called out Senegalese designer King Corset for imitating a viral bespoke design completely and not giving her any form of credit. Now, in our words, what's the difference between you and a thief? She's upset that not only was her design replicated, but the designer even went ahead to make a documentary about it, talk about the audacity. So that's the post from Vicky James. Now, we know that infringement of property is actually a big problem in the fashion industry and a crime as well. But she believes that creativity should be celebrated and not stolen. But that's, you know, that's the big one from social media yesterday. Vicky James, whom everyone loves and admires, she's excellent at her work. And she created this fabulous design of Bonang Mathiba's dress for the Miss South Africa Awards. It was a very lovely dress. There you have it on your screen. And this guy from Senegal goes and creates this exact design. No alterations, no additions whatsoever, and no credit to the originator, which is just the height of intellectual theft and in fashion. And obviously, Vicky James called it out. Anyway, she said she's not following up with it. She's not going to pursue anything because, I mean, good luck to the people who copy, because at the end of the day, you can't be Vicky James. So that's the big one from social media right there. But let's see some of the reactions. I'm sure you're itching to see a lot of things there, OBDK. But let me get back to you after we see some of the comments on social media. So there you have the picture right there. The picture we had seen earlier was the picture of King Corset, showcasing the outfit, and then you see the beautiful outfit, lemon and blue color. But those are some of the reactions you see. Arc Legion says, those of you dismissing this clearly don't understand what creativity truly means. Do you realize how much time and effort it takes to come up with original designs? This is intellectual theft, plain and simple. At the very least, the original creator deserves proper credit. And that's from Arc Legion. Let's see more reactions to this story on social media. Kenzie says, it's one thing to be inspired by someone and use their creative methods combined with yours to create something unique. But it's another thing to be completely obsessed and blatantly watch, stalk, and steal someone's words and creations and pass them off as yours. Absolutely. Let's see more reactions to this story on social media. Dr. Farouk says, if that man was in Nigeria, now lawsuit straight. I get that she's angry, but anyone can copy a design that is online. Nothing there. Funny thing is, if people copy you, it means you're doing very well, and I agree with that. So that's the reaction on social media. Mr. OBDK, let me get your reactions to this story. You've seen that dress, I'm sure. If you could just have the dress on the screen. You've seen the dress. You probably will see the video soon of King Corset, talking about the dress. Let me hear you. Yeah, go ahead.
First of all, the colors are not the same.
No, it's the same. It's actually the same. It's actually the same.
No, the down colors are slightly different. Her own is a lighter color. The other one is a darker color. The design. See, the bottom line is this: one of the biggest problems in the creative industry is that people do not take intellectual property registration seriously. So you do not have any right to complain. Anything you feel should be yours and yours alone. Go and register it as your intellectual property. Then if somebody does it, you can sue the person and the person will pay you big money. Simple. The problem is a lot of creative people are still they feel it's not important. But when things like this happen, you see how important it is. The truth of the matter is, if she can get angry from that next year. She cannot sue him because there is no place that shows that this design is strictly.
Oh, she can't sue.
Is strictly. No, she can't because they will ask for the IP that shows that the creativity is registered. That particular design and creativity is registered to her. If she cannot prove that, then she has nothing to. The idea is, what's the word? Ubiquitous. It's everywhere, as in anybody can use it and get away with it. If you want your design to be yours, please register it. Intellectual property. There are offices in Nigeria, there are offices all over the world. You can even register online abroad self, so that nobody in that region, in that country, in that continent can steal your idea. And if they steal anywhere in the world, you can sue them because you have intellectual property, something to show that it is yours. So for me, Vicky James, she knows. The truth is this: Vicky James has gone and asked her lawyer, and her lawyer has told her you cannot sue because of this. So Vicky James is forming, she's coming down. Leave that thing. You might like money. It's because she just look and see that she can't push it further. So she just lets it go. Right. The thing is paining her. That's the honest truth. But what can I say?
I mean, but at the end of the day,
but it's a big problem in the creative industry. It's a big problem in the creative industry. That intellectual property. They teach it a lot. There are a lot of programs on it, but they still don't learn.
Well, that's quite a very insightful one from you there. You know, just mentioning the fact that she can't actually sue. I mean, I would have thought,
she can't.
Have thought she's probably...
If the design is not the same, she can't.
But we can't be sure. Are you sure that she didn't, you know, register the trademark?
I can say it from the top of my head. I've been in creative circles, fashion, books, different creative circles, and that has always been the issue. Intellectual property is a huge issue, like huge. We haven't. The problem is a lot of people don't see the relevance until things like this happen.
Right.
Some people know they put intellectual property for some of their designs, but they don't put for some. So if people copy the ones that are not, you know, signed under, have like something to cover it under intellectual property law, then I'm sorry, but there's nothing they can do about it. I think she has asked, Vicky James is a smart woman. She'll have asked her lawyer, and her lawyer will ask her, did you register it? That design, that specific design, did you register it? And if she says no, then he will tell her that there is nothing the law can do about it. It's the law is the law.
Well, you know, one thing I like about her, she did say, you know what, just enjoy the publicity that I'm giving you, because before now I didn't know any King Corset, because
it's paining her. It's paining her. That's the truth.
Well, even if it's paining her, you know the good thing about this, even if it's paining Vicky James, like, you created my design. What did they say? Imitation is the best form of flattery. So, but you didn't do it.
It gives her more props. Actually.
Yeah, it gives you more leverage, because what you should have done was create that design, and you know, it would even get you the buying of people. You're saying this was inspired by Vicky James. She's amazing and all of that. And then you post it. So even if you did that, maybe just alter like a color, alter one bit and say, oh, I added this detail. It also shows your own ingenuity. But going and creating the exact same thing, not even tagging her, not even coming on social media to celebrate her work, that's just the height of people lacking no genuinity. Like, you are fantastic as a designer, but you have no single sense of just understanding.
Can I say something? I can bet. See, the truth is this: a lot of our creative people know that a lot of people don't do intellectual property, as in they don't register their intellectual property. A lot of these people know. That's why they flaunt it. They use it anyhow because they know nobody come and sue them. That's the truth. They know that most of them don't. It has happened to me twice. I had ideas I shared with people. I did not register those ideas. And those people took those ideas and flew. So I'm speaking from experience. That's why I'm speaking so passionately. It has happened to me twice. Not once, so twice. So I know.
You know, I find this story really interesting, because there's something Vicky James does when she, you know, designs an outfit, some of our best sellers. She does storytelling behind the outfit, saying, oh, this was the inspiration. And then this guy goes and does the exact same thing and couldn't even like give her some credit. Like, you went and came on social media like it's your own idea. That was just the height for me. He showed the back, like you can see the video. And he did the exact same storytelling she does. you would think it was probably his own design, but we have to move past this story. At the end of the day, just like you said, people might need to just make sure that they get their trademark some of their designs. Intellectual property is very important, and also other designers or whoever it is, if you're looking out or you want to create something that someone has created or whatnot, there should be a decency to knowing that you could be inspired by something and add your touch to it, and also give credit to that thing that inspired you, as opposed to just coming up and just doing like it's completely your own thing. Because I wouldn't want to use such a designer if I had the opportunity.
Sorry, before we move to something else, let me just quickly say this. The truth of the matter is, creativity is everywhere. It's not one person that has a specific idea. More than one person can have that idea. The bottom line is who first executes the idea. If somebody executes it second and searches and sees that idea exists, the best thing is to alter it so that it's not exactly like that, since that exact type exists. That's just.
Thank you so much, OBDK, for your contributions this morning. Let's move on now to another story making the rounds across social media. Now, the Federal Executive Council has approved a life insurance scheme for President Bola Tinubu, the Vice President Kashim Shettima, and other top government officials. Now, the idea is to provide financial support to their next of kin if anything happens to them. Now, here's where it gets really interesting. Many people are not happy about it. They're asking why there's such a comprehensive insurance package for top officials when many regular Nigerians don't even have access to basic health care, let alone life insurance. Now, for you, OBDK, do you think it's fair for government officials to have this kind of security while everyday Nigerians are left to struggle?
Can I talk?
Yes, please go ahead. Carry on.
Okay. So the honest truth of the matter is this. Politicians only care about themselves. You see it every single day. You see a politician, when he feels his party is not giving him what he wants, he looks for another party that will give him what he wants. Nobody cares about the people. The government don't care. And that's why anything they do at the end of the day favors them. If you look, even after subsidy was removed, and all the things and all the money they've been sharing, it's actually government.
Oh, well, let's see some of the reactions to this story on social media. Lots of people are also chiming into this conversation. Obviously, Nigerians will not leave any stone unturned when it comes to things like this. I mean, Nigerians are all about their welfare as well. So let's see some of the reactions making the rounds on social media. That's a comment from Henry. Henry says, honestly, Tinubu doesn't mean well for an ordinary Nigerian. So the whole wealthy and the other politicians as a mass is not enough for them. They want to now add pension for life to it. Let's see more reactions to this one. Benga Michael says, these are the evil governments telling the citizenry to be patient, that they are working for us. With all the money they're looting, they're still approving life pensions for themselves. And the stupid people, like, oh my God, at the Senate are turning the other way around as if nothing is happening. Let's see more reactions. Citizen Nigeria says, they get to steal from Nigerians even in death. Our lawmakers and office holders are already highly paid. Don't forget to add the kickbacks from corruption and normal earnings. Now, this is just unnecessary. That's from Citizen Nigeria. Truth About Happening says, this is why politicians kill themselves just to get to power. There's always been a lucrative business for them. Well, over to you, OBDK, to hear your thoughts. That's if you're still here. But the conversation is quite interesting. People are talking about the fact that, you earning high, you're already being highly paid, you get all of these benefits. So why are you adding all of this to it again, when even the man out there on the street doesn't even have even a quarter of this benefit?
I think personally that, like I said before, politicians only think about themselves. They don't think about the people, and that is unfortunate. In Nigeria, I feel that there are basic insurances that should be made available to everybody. before you start thinking, see, government don't think about them. They don't think about the people, they think about themselves. If they thought about the people, this thing they are doing for themselves, they have thought about, okay, how do we do like basic insurance, basic life insurance for the average Nigerian? Once you are born and you're in Nigeria, you're entitled to a certain basic life insurance, a certain level of insurance and all of that. Then if they do something like that, and they now mention it and say, okay, we want to do this life insurance scheme and also for ourselves, people might even consider a bit and say, okay, at least we have basic life insurance. And then, you know, that kind of thing. Well, this one, you're not thinking about people, you're not thinking about anything. You're just thinking about yourself. And until we are able to get a government that will actually think about the people, we just run around in circles. That's why when you check it, most Nigerians that excel and do well, it's that personal grit, irrespective of all the circumstances happening around. They've just found a way of, you know, they've kept moving. Nobody looks at the government anymore, really, because this government, or even from past governments, have never really looked at, you know, what people really need in this country. Those basic things. People don't even have basic things. Lights are expensive, food is expensive, everything is expensive. I am not even thinking about how do we sort these things out. You're not looking at how do we sort these things out, and that is an issue. You're just focused on myself. And that's how it has been. This government, that's how it has been. That's why my advice to anybody is, that's why I don't blame people who run away from the country. You don't blame them, because in their mind, this government just think about themselves. So what am I doing here? What do I stand to gain? And then, of course, nobody wants to come out and, you know, people have tried in the past to come out and make their stand, but it never ends well. So when you think about the two options, government don't care about me. If I try to take a stand, it never ends well. What's the next option? Flight. It's fight or flight. And most people choose flight. So do you blame them? So this is one of the main reasons, this thing now, this life insurance scheme for members of government, is one of the main reasons why people want to leave this country. Because in their mind, they don't care about us, in the words of Michael Jackson.
Thank you for your insight this morning, OBDK Okafor. It's always a delight speaking with you. I hope that eventually, one day, someday, if ever it ever gets to happen, Nigerians will have, you know, government officials, politicians, you know, people holding power that truly care about them and not themselves. But till then, let's just keep being hopeful and praying that we enjoy some of the benefits of being in Nigeria somehow.
Yeah. No, we always will. We always will, irrespective of who the government is.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, OBDK. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you.
And that's where we wrap up this morning on the social listening segment. My name is Elizabeth Musa. Up next is the news at noon. Stay with us.
It is with great pride that we have convened this assembly of senior officials, decision makers, and experts within the financial market sector. This gathering also includes a number of prominent figures and delegates from leading global and regional financial institutions. Your participation greatly enhances the significance of this conference and reaffirms our shared commitment to advancement of financial market structure and the strengthening of their function as an engine for sustainable economic development in the region. Ladies and gentlemen, this year's forum will be held under the highly significant theme, Shaping the Future, financial markets infrastructure as a catalyst for transformation economies. This theme reflects our deepest awareness of the rapid transformation taking place in the global economy and the role played by the financial market infrastructures in enabling economies and adopt innovative and achieve inclusive growth.
I'm speaking on the subject, which was, I think, picked by Jallo, Africa and the Middle East repositioning in a rapidly evolving global economy. Historically, the Red Sea, the Indian Ocean have served as vital trade routes linking the Middle East and Africa and enhancing both cultural exchange and economic interdependence. Indeed, actually, if I recall as a young student, primary and secondary student, my notion and understanding of trade was not trade between Nigeria or Africa and the West, but actually trade between Nigeria and Africa and the Middle East. And the trade routes and the romance and the vibrancy and our understanding of how money was created, how wealth was built, was actually along the lines and the corridors of Africa and the Middle East. And so the case for cooperation is very compelling. We share the same challenges: security, food security, energy transition, infrastructure development. But however, together, I think we will be much more effective in addressing these challenges than on our own. And so by leveraging our complementary strengths and collaborating on the fact that we share challenges and therefore we have mutual interests, we can not only balance uni and bipolar influences, but also advocate for probably a more multipolar, more even, more balanced world. By pooling our resources and pooling our diplomatic efforts, I heard the Egyptian ambassador here, our regions can exert much more influence globally on decision making. And so 32 countries comprising 44 members and associates have united under the AMIDA banner, driven by a singular mission to enhance the safety, to enhance the efficiency, to enhance the performance of our capital markets. Well done. I want to demystify the subject of market infrastructure, the subject of what a CSD is for others. Who are others? The media, policymakers, market intermediaries, and so on. Because yours is a very technical function. And yes, it has fundamental important impact. But if you ask most people, why is a CSD important? Most people who actually have the power to do the things that will make a CSD relevant and important, either in our markets or they don't know. So today, your mission has never been more critical. Geopolitical realignments are reshaping global trade routes. Digital disruption is transforming the rules of settlement and custody, and capital is increasingly mobile and is seeking out the most robust and innovative platforms where it can work. So in this context, countries and businesses across Africa and the Middle East face both unprecedented challenges and extraordinary opportunity.
As a matter of fact, we finally made it, and we are here today in Lagos, and we met almost on the first day to our main objectives. We've seen lots of collaborations among the members, but let's not forget that we are Lagos in Nigeria. There are lots of potential interests. We've seen and learned from NGX, which is a stock exchange, national stock exchange, and also we learned from CSCS about the latest technologies, about the latest development have been made. So most of the members already entered into agreements, collaboration, exchange of knowledge, and today we think we will go back again to our countries and learn from this event, which is very important, and also the latest developments and achievements have been done in Nigeria, particularly on policymakers, regulations, marketplace, and as well as the clearinghouse, which is CSCS. Last but not least, we've also seen how the broker also interact in the market yesterday, and today we have also met few market participants. So yes, we'll go back and we learn a lot from what's happening in this area, particularly in Nigeria. So let's not forget that the more than 40 members among Africa and Middle East, with with a market, a huge number of market cap. So we've discussed internally on the cross-border transaction we have done among more than 10 members. We came up with a platform that is accessible by any members who enter to this. So today, let's say an investor in Nigeria who has a market set up with one of the local brokers, if they are interested in trading in any market across the African Middle East Association, they don't have to have a local access. So they can use the local broker to access any market, trade, settle, and that's it. So this was the main objective, and this was one of the dreams that we have ever thought of. And today it's up and running, and we are growing. As we started with 2 markets, today we are 10, so we are announcing as we go.
I think one of the biggest challenges is around user education. Investing places a lot of responsibility on the part of investor to know what they're doing. Whether you have financial advisors or not, you still at an individual level need to understand what you're doing. So I think there's a lot of work that we can do around education. I also think there's a lot we can do around providing more investment opportunities to people that need them. There's a lot of asset classes and instruments that exist in the world today, and there's often a mismatch both in terms of accessibility and the education on how to use that to people that it can maybe benefit the most. Some of the work that we're doing in Bamboo is trying to bridge that gap. We invest a lot in education, providing tools, resources on demand, in person, trying to show people and teach them the fundamentals of investing responsibly, the fundamentals of making smart financial decisions for yourself, and also by providing our app that's essentially free and easy to use, trying to create as many asset classes as possible for people across markets. So today we are in Ghana, South Africa, Kenya, and Nigeria, giving opportunities to, about 1 million people on the platform today.
Many challenges, but if I would identify a few, we talk about old equipment, sometimes dated 15 to 20 years old, okay? We also have the problem of AI adoption. A lot of financial institutions struggle to adopt AI, and it's usually the result of poor API and data quality. We also have the issues of, costly regulatory complexities, and
United States inflation data for April was slightly softer than expected by market participants. The thinking is that the tariff effect has not been reflected so far in the hard data. Markets still see a restrictive Federal Reserve with 2 rate cuts in the year. JP Morgan economists now see the chance of a recession as less than 50% in the US, while Barclays economists no longer have recession in their US forecast at all. The S&P 500 clawed its way back into positive territory for the year as investors extended sharp gains seen in the previous session. The Nasdaq Composite also climbed 1.6%. Hello and welcome to Global Business Insights, where we look closer at headlines moving markets to equip viewers with perspectives on the peculiar business environment. Inflation in the United States, that is Consumer Price Index, declined to 2.3% on a yearly basis in April from 2.4% in March. This came in below the market expectation of 2.4%. Food prices were down 0.1%, with groceries dropping 0.4%. This is a category that Trump has been pointing to as he continues to call for Fed rate cuts. But inflation and the cost of services continue to be sticky, even though airfares continued to fall, which may help justify the Fed's wait-and-see approach to cutting interest rates. And though overall inflation is trending closer to the 2% target. Also, in the U.S., National Federation of Independent Business Small Business Optimism Index fell by 1.6 points in April to 95.8, also the second consecutive month below the 51-year average of 98. The uncertainty index also decreased 4 points from March to 92, but remained far above the historical average of 68. Also, the survey showed that 34% of business owners reported job openings they could not fill in April, down 6 points from March. NFIB Chief Economist Bill Dunkelberg says uncertainty continues to be a major impediment for small business owners in operating their business in April, affecting everything from hiring plans to investment decisions. Many U.S. technology firms yesterday announced artificial intelligence deals in the Middle East as U.S. President Trump secured $600 billion, some say up to $1 trillion in commitments from Saudi Arabia to U.S. companies. Among the biggest deals, NVIDIA said it will sell hundreds of thousands of AI chips in Saudi Arabia, with the first tranche of 18,000 of its newest Blackwell chips going to Humane, an AI startup just launched by Saudi Arabia's Sovereign Wealth Fund, even as Saudi Arabia is positioning to be an AI hub in the region. Chip designer Advanced Micro Devices also announced a deal with Humane, saying it has formed a $10 billion collaboration. Indeed, it was a good day for NVIDIA as Saudi Arabia pledged to buy its AI chips. Capitalization of NVIDIA went above the $3 trillion mark for the first time in months, surpassing Apple briefly. NVIDIA stock closed up 5.6% as at yesterday, pushing NVIDIA's capitalization to nearly $3.2 trillion. Microsoft will cut 3% of its global workforce as it seeks to streamline operations and reduce layers of middle management. About 6,000 roles could be affected, including at international offices and wholly owned subsidiaries such as LinkedIn. The move follows performance-related job cuts this year that affected about 2,000 Microsoft employees. French uranium miner Orano said it had filed a lawsuit with the Niger courts over the arbitrary arrest, illegal detention, and unjust confiscation of property involving its staff and assets in the country. Niger and neighboring Mali and Burkina Faso have been stepping up pressures on foreign mining companies over the past year, seizing assets and removing permits as all three Sahel countries assert more sovereignty over their natural resources. And in Gabon, Tullow Oil plc said yesterday that its unit, Tullow Gabon Limited, has agreed to sell its entire stake in Tullow Oil Gabon SA to Gabon Oil Company for $300 million in cash. The Central Bank of Nigeria, in collaboration with the Nigeria Interbank Settlement System, NIBSS, has officially launched the Non-Resident Bank Verification Number Platform, NRBVN. The new platform, unveiled yesterday, simplifies the process for Nigerians living abroad to obtain their bank verification number remotely, removing the need for in-person verification in Nigeria. The NRBVN initiative is also a major milestone to expand financial inclusion and integrate the Nigerian diaspora into the country's economic activities. According to recent data, remittance flows through formal channels increased from $3.3 billion in 2023 to $4.73 billion in 2024, largely due to reforms such as the introduction of the willing buyer, willing seller foreign exchange regime. This initiative, that's the NRBVN, is expected to further increase remittance flows. The central bank has given notice of the 300th meeting of the Monetary Policy Committee to hold on the 19th and 20th of May. That's next week. And we do expect the April CPI data, that's for Nigeria this week, and that is likely to provide clues on how the MPC, Monetary Policy Committee, will decide. The committee of the Central Bank of Nigeria voted unanimously at the previous meeting to retain the monetary policy rate, which is the baseline lending rate, at 27.5%. Still in Nigeria, in a bold move to accelerate green economic growth, the Honorable Minister of Finance and Coordinating Minister of the Economy, Mr. Wale Edu, yesterday met with a high-level delegation from the Nigeria Sovereign Investment Authority, the National Council on Climate Change, and the Green Climate Fund to advance the Nigerian Climate Investment Platform, NCIP. The new platform, the Nigerian Climate Investment Platform, is a country-led, transparently governed vehicle designed to mobilize up to $500 million in climate finance for infrastructure, resilience, and adaptation projects. Marks & Spencer says some personal customer data was stolen in the recent cyber attack, which could include telephone numbers, home addresses, and dates of birth. The high street giant said the personal information taken could also include online order histories, but added the data theft did not include usable payment or card details or any account passwords. M&S was hit by the cyber attack 3 weeks ago and is still struggling to get services back to normal, with online orders still suspended. How do you protect your organization from cyber attacks? There are some effective strategies. Prevention strategies, for example, include investing in reliable cybersecurity software and implementing robust antivirus and anti-malware solutions to detect and block threats. Also using strong passwords and robust authentication processes. On network security, you need to use a firewall and implement intrusion detection and prevention systems, and so on. Staff should also be provided with cybersecurity training and employees educated on cybersecurity practices, phishing attacks, and password management, and conduct of regular security awareness programs also recommended. On a more strategic level, according to an Accenture survey on cybersecurity trends, the best practice is to convert cybersecurity from an incident-driven reaction into part of the fabric of transformation efforts, which helps organizations to boost their cybersecurity resilience as they position themselves to reinvent the enterprise. In short, cyber transformers are much more likely to experience more effective digital transformations than their peers. It's only a matter of time before markets identify and penalize less cyber secure operations in their valuations. Marks & Spencer was not the only retailer affected. The Co-op, which experienced a similar attack, is expected to resume online deliveries perhaps today. M&S is also reported to have told suppliers to prepare for online services to soon resume. The inflation rate in Germany, change in consumer price index year-on-year, was up 2.1% in April 2025. Inflation has been weakening since the beginning of the year. In March, it was 2.2%, while in January and February 2025, it was 2.3%. Inflation in goods eased sharply to 0.5% from 1.0% in March due to a steep fall in energy prices as well as softer rise in food costs. In contrast, April services inflation accelerated to a 3-month high of 3.9% from 3.5%. British luxury brand Burberry shares jumped 9% after it reported operating profit for its full year ending March 29, beating expectations. It also said it would cut 1,700 jobs globally as it cuts fat to further improve profits. Led by CEO Joshua Schulman, Burberry narrowly avoided a loss for its 2025 financial year with a profit of £26 million, beating analysts' estimate of £11 million. Revenue of Chinese conglomerate Tencent rose 13% year-on-year, beating estimates in Q1, fueled by accelerated growth in its key gaming business. Revenue was 180.02 billion Chinese yuan, that's $25 billion, versus 174.63 billion yuan expected. Net profit up 14% at 47.8 billion yuan versus 52.2 billion yuan expected. Taiwan's Foxconn, the world's largest contract electronics maker, announced that Q1 profit was up 91%. Net profit for Apple's top iPhone assembler and Nvidia's server maker came in at $1.4 billion. That's 42.12 Taiwan dollars versus estimate of 37.8 billion Taiwan dollars, and compared with 22.01 billion Taiwan dollars a year earlier. This was due to strong demand for artificial intelligence servers. Samsung Electronics will acquire all shares of German-based Flacht Group, a leading heating and cooling solutions provider, for 1.5 billion euros. The acquisition reinforces commitment to Samsung heating, ventilation and air conditioning business as the market experiences rapid growth in that sector. Asia-Pacific markets traded higher after Wall Street benchmarks closed mostly higher on easing US-China trade tensions. Also, as lower than expected inflation in the US kept hopes of rate cuts alive. China has criticized the trade deal between the UK and US, claiming it could be used to squeeze Chinese products out of British supply chains and complicates London's efforts to rebuild relations with Beijing. Well, that's it on this edition of Global Business Insights. Thanks for watching. This is Bode Oshosami. Bye-bye.
You are watching Business Day Television.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Olutabi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol. We get very Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased. Nothing like savings again, no. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Welcome to the Business Day Future of Payment Conference 2025.
The Business Day Future of Payments Conference 2025 brought together fintech experts at the 4 Points by Sheraton in Lagos, Nigeria on the 30th of April. The conference themed Fintech Evolution, Contactless Payments as the gateway to seamless transactions, had many stakeholders and professionals present during the occasion. The welcome address was delivered by Zebulon Agommo, BD Sunday editor, on behalf of the publisher Mr. Frank Aibogun.
Today's theme, Fintech Evolution, Contactless Payments as the gateway to seamless transactions, speaks directly to the shift we are witnessing in the way people and businesses move money around. From the market stalls in Lagos to global e-commerce platforms, the demand for speed, safety, and simplicity is driving innovation like never before.
In the keynote address, Mr. Ugo Obasi, Executive Director at Afrigo, spoke on the history and evolution of contactless payments and its aim to strengthening the financial sector and economic growth.
Fraud has become a major concern globally. In our domestic markets, lack of authentication for smaller transactions in contactless payments could raise additional concerns for users. So we hear stories of, when I tap my card on a machine, or somebody takes your card, or even you pass, and a reader or a device with a reader can take your money even in your pockets. So some of those things are myths that we have to address.
The Managing Director and CEO of RedTech Limited, Mr. Emmanuel Ojo, gave a presentation on future of payments and the changing role of technology in driving innovation.
There are predictions that in the continent, by year 2030, the growth of young Africans would have increased by 42%. And predictions have it that by year 2100, the growth would have increased by 181%. The reality is that digital payments are mostly powered by younger folks, because younger folks are more inquisitive and they have the tendency to like to drive innovation. So we believe that in the continent will significantly benefit from the youths going forward.
The program moved to a panel discussion on the next evolution of digital payments and contactless payments, with opportunities for questions and answers from the fintech experts.
Nigeria is a very peculiar market. Our current demographics, about 18 to 45, about 70% of our population lie between the ages of 18 and 45 years. So what that means is you're going to see a significant adoption of new and emerging technologies in this market, perhaps even more than any other market you look at in the Africa region, right? Look at what's happening in crypto. Nigeria is the number 2 market globally, not in Africa, right? Globally, as it pertains with crypto adoption and utilizing it for payments, only second to India, more than other Western nations and all of that. If and the same thing you get, even if you try to be with autonomous vehicles or self-driving vehicles, people will tell you the same thing, that are you sure we can trust it? But
according to the International Organization for Migration, diaspora remittances to Africa hit $52.9 billion in 2024. This was more than half of the $94 billion the continent received in foreign direct investments during the year. However, in countries like Nigeria, there's full force economic force, which is diaspora remittances. In 2024 alone, Africans living abroad sent home a staggering $52.9 billion, and that's according to
that the diaspora is highly committed and already investing on the continent. And then, of course, as you said, Nigeria comes number 1 all the time. I actually was in Lagos, had the opportunity to be there last year. And one of the discussion I had everywhere I go was about the beyond remittances and the incredible resource Nigerians are for their country. Nigerians remitted in 2022, 21 billion, as I think you mentioned, and less than 1% of that was from foreign direct investment. I think the question we're asking is not whether it's the bond or this. I think it is, the question is, what is that we need to do as diasporans to convince our governments that we're actually the force for good, that you need to work with us. And so the diaspora, in the case of Nigeria, they're not just only giving money to their parents and to their friends and their community, which we ask them to continue to do so because it's necessary. But I also think that this incredibly untapped resource of the Nigerian skills and capacity needs to be used even differently. And that, I think I would love to discuss that in more detail as we go forward. To the question that you brought about the 900 million.
Yes.
Yes.
The domestic USD bond. So basically, the question I wanted to ask is, what lesson did this domestic USD bond teach us, let's say as Africans, about the ability to tap diaspora capital?
Well, I think that's a very good question, but there's even another question. It is very difficult to know. Our team did some research and we weren't able to know how many of the diasporans actually put money into the bond. I think what we are asking as diasporans is for our governments to be as transparent as possible, to put us at the table when there is such a discussion so that the diaspora has the opportunity to invest back home, whether in bonds or in other means in the country. So that way there is a lot more trust. And, you know, as you may know, diasporans were not easy to trust because of the many reasons that we have gone through in life, whether it's through our governments or the governments in which we live in. I think it's very, very critical for, in this case, the Nigerian government to enable Nigerians to be a part of the conversation and the action when it comes to how they can use additional funding beyond remittances to support the development of Nigeria and other parts of the continent. So I think to the question whether Nigerian diaspora participated or whether the money was coming from multinational corporations, unfortunately, we don't have that information. If you have, I think that would be a wonderful thing, but we couldn't find any. And I think what we are asking is these kind of bonds and other investment opportunities, the diaspora must be involved because we are the ones who have vested interest in the growth of our countries and the support of our community. And I think it is a smart strategy, not only for African governments, but anybody. I don't care who is doing anything on the continent, whether you are a philanthropist, whether you are a business person trying to do business on the continent. I am begging you and I'm asking you, and I'm actually really stating it is extremely important to partner with the diaspora.
So one thing that happened last year is before the Nigerian government made mention of the the domestic USD bond, one thing they were touting, the Minister of Finance was touting a diaspora bond. Essentially, I don't know if you were aware, they were touting a diaspora bond. So are you trying to, what you're trying to say now, I want to ask a question. How do you think this bond, a diaspora bond, will be structured? And do you think it's going to be appealing to Africans? Let's go beyond the context of Nigeria now, to other Africans across the continent. Let's say Egypt issues a diaspora bond. How do you think it's going to appeal to the Egyptians, or how will a diaspora Nigerian bond appeal to Nigerians?
So I'm going to say this, a bond is another tool for investing and going beyond remittances. A bond is not a remittance. A bond is something that you expect some kind of a return at some point. Diasporans are ready to do this. And I may say that Nigeria is not the only one that has done the bond, as you mentioned, Egypt, but in 1998, if I'm not mistaken, my own country, Eritrea, issued a bond, and it was the most successful bond that I have ever seen. The question is, how was the money used, and did it create what it was supposed to do? That is where the rubber meets the road. We don't know. But I think that the question that you're asking me, we want to be at the table. When a government is issuing a bond, our suggestion is that you really start to mobilize, to begin the conversation with the diaspora early on. Let's talk about Nigeria right now. If Nigerians would be interested in investing in the bonds, I would imagine that the Nigerian government would do an intentional mobilization effort throughout the world to ensure that no Nigerian is left behind from this opportunity. And then also, what are we asking from our governments? We want to know what the money is for. Is it going to build schools, infrastructure? We want to be a part of it. Healthcare centers. What are the things that are so a priority for the community to make sure that we're putting our money where our mouth is? In the United States, it's county by county. It's not just only the federal government issuing a bond. The counties, the cities, as you know, issue bonds because it is something that they want to do for their specific community. And I think that kind of thinking, knowing where our money is going when bonds are issued, is going to be extremely, extremely helpful. And then, of course, Nigeria has a very brilliant and wonderful and committed ambassador to the diaspora engagement. She's going to be at the symposium. Okay. She will be our keynote speaker. She's going to speak about this. Yes, she's going to. Ambassador Abike will be with us, and I think we have other Nigerians who are going to be prominently speaking about this issue. So I think my plea and my request to the Nigerian people and the Nigerian government is, you've got an incredibly talented, highly educated in the United States and around the world. I'm very proud, not only of Nigerians, but all Africans. Very proud in a sense that Nigerians pretty much have the highest educational attainment in the United States, whether we like it or not. It is actually true. Everywhere we go there, it's the number issue. Nigeria is the biggest country in Africa. There's also this sense of wanting and really interest in education, something that I value and I credit for all our African diaspora. In general, Africans from the diaspora in the United States are the highest educated, starting from Nigeria all the way to Eritrea and other countries. They are highly educated, highly motivated, but in number-wise, Nigeria it comes out all the way on the top. It makes sense. Why not? Because it is one of the biggest countries. And what I'm asking is that our governments need to tap into this, not as a means to an end, which is we send remittances and we're always going to be a part of it. No, as a means in itself, that we are going to be a part of our country, our continent grows. And we cannot do this alone. We are asking our governments to create an ecosystem that's conducive for us to invest.
So it leads me to my next question, basically. The question about the specific regulatory and informational barriers that African diaspora cite when investing. What are some of these barriers that you've heard people complain the most about? Is it regulatory or is it informational? You said something about the fact that you really don't know what they use the bonds for, what they use the money raised from the bonds for. That's one of the barriers. What other barriers do you think diasporans are citing or are complaining about when it comes to these bonds?
So what I said about the bonds is we were not able to know whether the diasporans, the Nigerian diaspora, invested in the bond, both the bonds. We didn't know. We couldn't find that data. What I meant is that we want to be a part of it from the beginning in order for us to know what this is going to be for. What are the barriers? I think barriers are transparency, trust.
Okay.
We need to trust where it is going. And then also, I think regulation. There are so many barriers to entry, and that makes it very difficult for the diaspora to be a part of. I wrote a long time ago a paper on incentivizing the diaspora to invest. And one way that governments can do is give us some kind of tax haven or some other opportunities where we can feel comfortable to come and invest, and are doing it already in their community. It's individual, sometimes it's collective. But I think if we want to get the most of the diaspora, the barrier, in my opinion, is transparency, accountability, and also really just knowing where our money is going. And having that communication early on, having that clarity early on, will go a long way, a long way. Those, I think, for me, these ecosystem difficulties are also another one. It's like, there's always a saying in Silicon Valley, there are no $1 billion investment opportunities in Africa. I resent that saying in a sense that why not? Why not? But they have a point. We haven't really necessarily shown them a value proposition on how this can be done. Okay. And so we are continue to be invested in millions rather than in billions. And I think the question is, we need to dream big, but we also need to be accountable for what we are dreaming. And we need to create the infrastructure that's conducive to make sure that other investors can come. Let me end by saying this. Investing on the continent is not going to come only from the diasporans. I know this, and you know, all of us know. We need our allies. We need our friends from around the world who believe in the work that Nigerians do, other countries, Ethiopians, Ghanaians, and everyone. And we have friends. We have friends that, you know, love Lagos, not because they are from Lagos, but they love Lagos because it's a city that is vibrancy that really brings them to come and invest over and over, or even just to use come with for their time. Whether it's training, whether it's business, whatever it is that they come for, they continue to come back and back. We need to invest in these people as well. We need to bring them into our table. Why is the diaspora important for that? We're not just the diaspora and sending remittance. We're ambassadors to our own community, the country where we come from, and the continent as a whole.
Okay, finally, just one last question, Almaz. We already see the data. Remittances outpace FDI by mile in most of the countries in Africa. Across Africa, remittances are outpacing FDI. What mechanisms do you think we can put in place? What are the mechanisms we can put in place to probably redirect some of these remittances into longer term direct investments? So we have, let me give you a scenario. In Nigeria, we have a thing where remittances from the US, the UK, Canada, those three countries basically are driving a real estate boom. Essentially, houses are now being priced in dollars because they have people because they are diasporans who basically are bidding for those houses. We have basically it's driving like this real estate boom. But that's on a very, I want to say, an informal scale. But how can we direct some of these remittances into longer term direct investments away from, okay, let's say the government has a role to play, but let's just not look in the direction of what government can do. What do you think can be done? What mechanisms can we put in place?
So I think for diasporans, you're right, governments can do what they do. What can we do individually? I don't know. I can give you examples after examples, but there are For example, there's a Nigerian diaspora in Silicon Valley. He's a Silicon Valley engineer and entrepreneur here in the valley where I am in. He sold all his stock to buy an agricultural land in Nigeria to use that land to create not only just the crops, but also to create an ecosystem for investment and opportunity. So there is agri-tech, there is agriculture is a big issue, technology and innovation. Nigerians are very well known for that. You've got Flutterwave and others that have come from Nigeria and Nigerians. So there is renewable energy, there's healthcare. These are the kind of sectors that the diaspora is interested in. But the question is, how do we go about investing? I think that is where the challenge is and the opportunity as well. And I think the opportunity is we're ready. Nigerians I know are ready. They love their country regardless of what, like every other African, they come back and do the best they can to invest in that community. We're asking that if healthcare and if agriculture is of interest to the diaspora, technology is of interest to the diaspora, we are asking the governments to meet us halfway, provide the resources and the tools, and especially on the ground, really provide them the resources they need to create that the business, and also really issue when these opportunities come. Besides real estate, we want to be a part of it. We want to know early on. So one way that this can happen, I could imagine ADN getting information from Nigerian reliable resources, maybe from the Diaspora Engagement Office, to see what kind of opportunities exist for diasporans to be a part of. We should take that responsibility. We cannot tell people where to invest their money, but we can definitely give them what opportunities exist.
Okay. Finally, just give me, before we go, a brief rundown of some of the conversations that will be happening during this symposium. That's the ADIS 2025. Just what are some of the...
Yes.
Okay, I would like to hear about those things. I would like to hear about those conversations.
Yes, the conversation that's going to happen going to be over and over about amplifying, showcasing the diasporans that are investing in every part of the continent, regardless of who they are and where they come from. There will be a session at the beginning of the session is on the 28th by amplifying and really showcasing and narrative, because we're not necessarily known as community that invests, and Africa is a continent to invest in. And so we're going to focus on these entrepreneurs who have been investing their money, their resources, and their talents. And we're going to showcase them on Wednesday. On Thursday, we're going to have a lot of conversation on healthcare investment, on the US-Africa investment opportunities, because that's critical. We do need to have that conversation. On Friday, it will be focusing a lot more on the different things that you and I have been talking about, the finance mechanism. What are the things that we want to invest in, and how can the diaspora be a part of? We're going to share so many different platforms where people can invest in. In our case, we are launching our own African Diaspora Innovation Fund, in order to raise the money and give it to our own entrepreneurs that are called the Builders of Africa's Future and the Accelerating Business Leadership and Entrepreneurship. We've been doing this for a long time. We're now asking the diaspora to step up really in a big way to support the communities that we care about so much, but they are also in need of our consistent support through mentorship, funding, and other opportunities. And then of course at the end of the day, we're going to have our own cultural celebration through music, food, and entertainment.
Okay, so thank you so much for your time, Almaz. It's been a pleasure talking to you.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Have a lovely morning.
You too. Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
All right.
Bye-bye.
On Wednesday, look at some of the happenings in the economy and markets. Again, thank you so much for tuning into Business Day TV, Economy and Markets. Have a lovely weekend.
It is with great pride that we have convened this assembly of senior officials, decision makers, and experts within the financial market sector. This gathering also includes a number of prominent figures and delegates from leading global and regional financial institutions. Your participation greatly enhances the significance of this conference and reaffirms our shared commitment to advancement of financial market structure and the strengthening of their function as an engine for sustainable economic development in the region. Ladies and gentlemen, this year's forum will be held under the highly significant theme, Shaping the Future, Financial Markets Infrastructure as a Catalyst for Transformation Economies. This theme reflects our deepest awareness of the rapid transformation taking place in the global economy and the role played by the financial market infrastructures in enabling economies and adopt innovative and achieve inclusive growth.
I'm speaking on the subject, which was, I think, picked by Jallo, Africa and the Middle East repositioning in a rapidly evolving global economy. Historically, the Red Sea, the Indian Ocean have served as vital trade routes linking the Middle East and Africa and enhancing both cultural exchange and economic interdependence. Indeed, actually, if I recall as a young student, primary and secondary student, my notion and understanding of trade was not trade between Nigeria or Africa and the West, but actually trade between Nigeria and Africa and the Middle East. And the trade routes and the romance and the vibrancy and our understanding of how money was created, how wealth was built, was actually along the lines and the corridors of Africa and the Middle East. And so the case for cooperation is very compelling. We share the same challenges: security, food security, energy transition, infrastructure development. But however, together, I think we will be much more effective in addressing these challenges than on our own. And so by leveraging our complementary strengths and collaborating on the fact that we share challenges and therefore we have mutual interests, we can not only balance uni and bipolar influences, but also advocate for probably a more multipolar, more even, more balanced world. By pooling our resources and pooling our diplomatic efforts, I heard the Egyptian ambassador here, our regions can exert much more influence globally on decision making. And so 32 countries comprising 44 members and associates have united under the AMIDA banner, driven by a singular mission to enhance the safety, to enhance the efficiency, to enhance the performance of our capital markets. Well done. I want to demystify the subject of market infrastructure, the subject of what a CSD is for others. Who are others? The media, policymakers, market intermediaries, and so on. Because yours is a very technical function. And yes, it has fundamental important impact. But if you ask most people, why is a CSD important? Most people who actually have the power to do the things that will make a CSD relevant and important, either in our markets or they don't know. So today, your mission has never been more critical. Geopolitical realignments are reshaping global trade routes. Digital disruption is transforming the rules of settlement and custody, and capital is increasingly mobile and is seeking out the most robust and innovative platforms where it can work. So in this context, countries and businesses across Africa and the Middle East face both unprecedented challenges and extraordinary opportunity.
As a matter of fact, we finally made it, and we are here today in Lagos, and we met almost on the first day to our main objectives. We've seen lots of collaborations among the members, but let's not forget that we are Lagos in Nigeria. There are lots of potential interest. We've seen and learned from NGX, which is a stock exchange, national stock exchange, and also we learned from CSCS about the latest technologies, about the latest development that have been made. So most of the members already entered into agreements, collaboration, exchange of knowledge, and today we think we will go back again to our countries and learn from this event, which is very important, and also the latest developments and achievements have been done in Nigeria, particularly on policymakers, regulations, marketplace, and as well as the clearinghouse, which is CSCS. Last but not least, we have also seen how the broker also interact in the market yesterday and today. We have also met few market participants. So yes, we'll go back and we learn a lot from what's happening in this area, particularly in Nigeria. So let's not forget that the more than 40 members among Africa and Middle East with a market, a huge number of market cap. So we've discussed internally on the cross-border transaction we have done among more than 10 members. We came up with a platform that is accessible by any members who enter to this. So today, let's say an investor in Nigeria who has a market setup with one of the local brokers, if they are interested in trading in any market across the African Middle East Association, they don't have to have a local access. So they can use the local broker to access any market, trade, settle, and that's it. So this was the main objective, and this was one of the dreams that we have ever thought of. And today it's up and running, and we are growing. As we started with 2 markets, today we are 10, so we are announcing as we go.
I think one of the biggest challenges is around user education. Investing places a lot of responsibility on the part of investor to know what they are doing. Whether you have financial advisors or not, you still at an individual level need to understand what you're doing. So I think there's a lot of work that we can do around education. I also think there's a lot we can do around providing more investment opportunities to people that need them. There's a lot of asset classes and instruments that exist in the world today, and there's often a mismatch both in terms of accessibility and the education on how to use that to people that it can maybe benefit the most. Some of the work that we're doing in Bamboo is trying to bridge that gap. We invest a lot in education, providing tools.
TV News at noon. I am Norma Obona. Let's see what's making headlines this afternoon. Inflation seen stable as MPC meets Monday. Nigerians to be affected by UD plans 5% tax on remittances. US shares Wigwe's helicopter crash report with federal government. Mali's military government dissolves political parties. Taiwo Awoniyi in coma after first phase of abdominal surgery. Let's begin the news in Nigeria, where results from the CBN's latest inflation expectation survey has revealed that a significant portion of Nigerians anticipate inflation to remain stable in the short term. This comes as the Monetary Policy Committee, MPC, of the Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, prepares to convene its 300th meeting on Monday, May 19th. And now, according to the April 2025 edition of the survey, 48.9% of overall respondents expect inflation to remain the same over the next month, compared to 35.9% who foresee an increase and 15.3% who anticipate a decline. Moving on, Nigerians and others who send money home may be affected by the United States lawmakers have proposed a bill seeking to impose a 5% tax on remittances sent abroad. House Republicans released the bill draft on Monday, targeting money people sent to foreign countries, creating further strain for immigrant families. And under this proposal, verified U.S. citizens could avoid paying this tax, claiming it back as a credit. The governor of Nigeria's central bank, CBN, Oluyemi Cardoso, has earlier revealed that diaspora remittances through official money transfer companies reached $4.22 billion between January and October 2024. And also in the local news, the Director General of Nigeria's Safety and Investigation Bureau, Alex Bade, has revealed that the United States National Transportation Safety Board has shared the report of the helicopter crash that claimed the life of the former CEO of Access Holdings PLC, Herbert Wigwe, alongside his wife and son and other 3 people on the plane. The final report by the U.S. National Transportation Safety Board cited pilot disorientation and a violation of flight protocols, especially the decision to proceed under visual flight rules in instrument meteorological conditions as key causes of the crash. The helicopter, operated by Orbic Air LLC under the Title 14 Code of Federal Regulations, Part 135, crashed near Halloran Springs, California. On board were Wigwe, his wife Doreen, their first son Chizi, and former NGX Group Chairman Abimbola Ogumbanjo, along with 2 pilots. And now onto the foreign scene. Mali's military junta has dissolved all political parties in the country. A statement read on the state television on Tuesday revealed that the country's military leader, Assimi Goïta, validated the decision. A national conference of political actors in Mali last month recommended the dissolution of the political parties, including naming Goïta as president with a 5-year mandate. The recommendation led to protesters in Bamako on May 3rd and May 4th, with several hundred critics carrying placards displaying messages calling for multi-party elections. And now moving on to sports, Nigerian and Nottingham Forest striker Taiwo Awoniyi is in an induced coma following the first phase of surgery on a serious abdominal injury sustained during Forest's 2-2 draw against Leicester City on Sunday. The 27-year-old Super Eagles forward suffered the injury in the 88th minute after colliding with the post while attempting to convert a cross from Anthony Elegan at the City ground. The initial operation took place on Monday night, with the second phase of the procedure scheduled for Wednesday. In a statement released on Tuesday, Nottingham Forest confirmed that Awoniyi is recovering well following the surgery. And that's where we wrap it up this afternoon on BDTV News at Noon. I am Norma Obona. Keep watching BDTV.
It is with great pride that we have convened this assembly of senior officials, decision makers, and experts within the financial market sector. This gathering also includes a number of prominent figures and delegates from leading global and regional financial institutions. Your participation greatly enhances the significance of this conference and reaffirms our shared commitment to advancement of financial market structure and the strengthening of their function as an engine for sustainable economic development in the region. Ladies and gentlemen, this year's forum will be held under the highly significant theme, Shaping the Future, Financial Markets Infrastructure as a Catalyst for Transformation Economies. This theme reflects our deepest awareness of the rapid transformation taking place in the global economy and the role played by the financial market infrastructures in enabling economies and adopt innovative and achieve inclusive growth.
I'm speaking on the subject, which was, I think, picked by Jalo, Africa and the Middle East repositioning in a rapidly evolving global economy. Historically, the Red Sea, the Indian Ocean have served as vital trade routes linking the Middle East and Africa and enhancing both cultural exchange and economic interdependence. Indeed, actually, if I recall as a young student, primary and secondary student, my notion and understanding of trade was not trade between Nigeria or Africa and the West, but actually trade between Nigeria and Africa and the Middle East. And the trade routes and the romance and the vibrancy and our understanding of how money was created, how wealth was built, was actually along the lines and the corridors of Africa and the Middle East. And so the case for cooperation is very compelling. We share the same challenges: security, food security, energy transition, infrastructure development. But however, together, I think we will be much more effective in addressing these challenges than on our own. And so by leveraging our complementary strengths and collaborating on the fact that we share challenges and therefore we have mutual interests, we can not only balance uni and bipolar influence